must better now take those shoes out. Doing work, I'm taking you to help me work on my phone. And I refuse to do that about that.
Put away.
Come here, Lord, to share the knowledge of us, God, while the facilitation, all the facilitators, and the listeners and the us. May you be with us and guide us through the day. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray and believe.
Amen. Thank you so much, Mukula Memorial, for that word of prayer. And we want to welcome everyone that has joined this call. Wits College, you are most welcome. Dumi Secondary School, you are most welcome. Adlang, you are most welcome. Buyengo, you are most welcome. And all the schools that are joining this call, thank you so much for joining, such that we can learn together, such that we can be able to share the knowledge together as a team. At this point, allow me to welcome our facilitator, Teacher Denis, to take on the discussion. Teacher Denis, you are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teacher Okello. I am a teacher of history, and I'm going to be your facilitator this morning. This particular session here was scheduled on short notice because of public demand. We had a session in the course of the week, and we feel we did not deliver everything that we wanted. So I asked Teacher Stephen to give me yet another session so that we can go through everything that we had planned that day. That is how we came up with this session here. So on that day, I went through very many things, the do's and the don'ts, what someone should do in order to excel in history paper 3. And I suspect some people were not there. I mean, some schools were not able to attend that day. So I'll run through the things we learned that day, and then we go into the discussions. These questions were shared, I think, 2 days ago. So I suspect also there should be some people who have prepared to discuss in the different questions that you may have chosen. So in case you have picked out a question and then you're going to present, please notify me in the chat. Tell me the question that you have chosen so that I put you in my discussion program. You can, if you can still pick out a question even right now, pick out any question that you feel you can manage there. And then I'll give you time, then you can discuss. I think we have over 20 questions, so you can pick out one question that you think you can handle. Meanwhile, let me first be going through the do's and the don'ts, what you need to know before you go for your paper, while people give me responses here about the questions they feel they can discuss. So let me share very fast, and then we run through it. Meanwhile, I need responses here. What you people feel you can handle, what you feel you can discuss. I want this session to be very, very interactive. So I am hoping you are seeing my screen. You let me know if you are able to see my screen in the chats. Can you see my screen? Please respond in the chats if you are seeing what I am sharing. Okay, so if you are seeing what I am sharing, then let me go direct to, yes, we are there. must know for a history, A-level history. We have many types of questions. We talked about that the other day. We have that direct question. Direct question, for example, account for the outbreak of the French Revolution is one of the types of questions you can find in the examination paper. And such questions are very easy, very simple. They are common, I think, in the beginning part of Senior 5, account for the outbreak of the French Revolution, maybe account for the rise of Napoleon, account for the outbreak of maybe World War. Account for simply means give reasons for. And therefore, this question demands that you give the introduction. We shall see the details of the introduction. Then it requires you, of course, after writing the introduction, you write what we call the joinery statement. That statement that you write between the introduction and the body of the essay, where you can say, for example, the following are the causes of the French Revolution. That is a joinery statement. Or you may say, the revolution was caused by the following factors. Or you may say, the following factors caused the revolution. So that statement alone is very, very important. The examiner is looking for it. You see, after writing the introduction, that is called a joinery statement. And then, what is an introduction? An introduction is simply the beginning point of your essay. It's unfortunate, some people actually forget to write the introduction, and yet it is what? It is key. You should make sure your introduction is there. I will show you what an introduction should look like as we progress. Then we have the synthesis questions, like it is two-sided, it is simple, it doesn't require a standpoint. For example, discuss the causes and effects of the French Revolution. Very simple. It is in two parts, but it doesn't actually require a lot of argument, a lot of detail. But yes, it is called a synthesis question. And this kind of question is usually two-sided. Giving a standpoint is optional, but normally not required. And for example, there is that one. Examine the causes and effects of the French Revolution. I don't know whether you notice that the question is rather long because it is asking for causes and effects. And later we shall talk about that, how that can affect your grade, or how it is important for you to know the demands of the question in terms of time. Because for such a question, it is actually coming in about three parts. Examine the causes and effects of the French Revolution. You deal with the causes exhaustively, then you deal with the positive effects of the revolution exhaustively, and then the negative effects of the revolution again exhaustively. So you find that the question is rather long, but it is simple, very, very easy. So again, in this case, you're going to find yourself writing something called a transition statement, where you, for example, move away from the causes of the revolution, then you go to the effects of the revolution, and it is you to choose. In this case, you can tell us whether you're going to give the general causes, or you're going to give us the causes in terms of positive and then negative. And maybe some people would even go ahead and say, okay, the following were the political effects of the revolution. And after that, you say, however, other effects were also social, and then you write. And then some effects were economic, and then you write. But the most important thing is we need to know that in this question, we are going to find the introduction is there. We are going to have a transition statement is there. And then, of course, we are going to find the joinery statement. And like I said, the joinery statement joins your introduction and the body of the essay. The transition statement comes at a point when you are moving from one line of argument to the other line of argument, maybe from the causes in this case to the effects. Okay. Then after writing all that, then of course you're going to write your conclusion. We shall see what a good conclusion should look like and what a standpoint should look like and when it is required. Then here we have the direct questions, I mean indirect questions, questions that are full of grammar, full of English, and rather confusing in most cases. These kind of questions are high order, they are very demanding. For example, in this case, the collapse of the restored Bourbon monarchy in France in 1830 was, the collapse was inevitable, or they put it for you, discuss at the end. So that kind of question is by far the most complex kind of question at your level. They call them high order questions. They sometimes can be like uh, to what extent those questions they use, how far, and even assess. Yes, for example, if they ask you, to what extent was Napoleon's rise caused by his own making? You see? Or they may say Napoleon Bonaparte I was a product beyond his own making. Discuss. Or maybe they ask you how far was the unification of Italy delayed by internal factors. Meaning that you got to first put these factors together and then begin sorting them one by one, knowing which one is internal, which one is not, which one is external, and which one is not. So that those kind of questions are also there, and they require you to know everything that you're discussing. But they are easy once you know that these are the demands of the question. You interpret it well, then the approach will be very very simple. So there is nothing so complicated here. Then we have, of course, those ambiguous questions. Ambiguous in a sense that the interpretation can vary. And then it can be a little bit confusing what exactly to put and what not to put. Yes. So let's see. For example, here the restored Bourbon learnt nothing and forgot nothing. You see, that question used to be there long time ago. I don't see it very common these days, but it is an example of an ambiguous question. Then we have this controversial in a sense that the interpretation is also controversial. So you're likely to have it interpreted differently by different people, you see. So let us see. For example, the question is here. They are saying, why did the Bolsheviks take over power in Russia in 1917? Yes. When we are teaching you the Russian Revolution, we talk about the Bolsheviks and how they took over power. It is true, it happened in 1917. But when we are teaching, we teach you the causes of the Russian Revolution, and we also teach you the reasons why the revolution broke out. So now, they are asking you why the Bolsheviks took over power in 1917. The question is, should you write the causes of the Russian Revolution, or you should write the reasons why the revolution succeeded? You see, that is something to think about. You notice that this question, if you write the causes of the Russian Revolution, the answers are correct. Those responses answer the question. If you also write the reasons why the revolution succeeded, also those responses answer the question. If you write all the causes of the revolution and then all the reasons why the revolution succeeded, again, you answer the question. So that's what makes it controversial, you see? So if you were to give the answers, if you wrote only the causes, you'd be marked right. If you wrote only the reasons why the revolution succeeded, again, you'd be marked right. Now, the person who's going to answer all the who's going to get the best mark is that person who is able to figure out that I need to write all the causes and also reasons why the revolution succeeded. So you can see how controversial that question is. Those questions are also there, and especially in mocks, I suspect they are going to different mock bodies. They are going to set those questions that provoke people to think a lot and scare sometimes. But there is nothing to worry. That is why we are here. We are going to see how to go about those questions. Then we have swaying questions. Swaying questions is very much similar to the controversial questions. In other words, if you swing this side, you find the answer. Even when you swing the other side, you still find the answer. For example, here, the question we have just talked about, why did the Bolsheviks take over power in 1917? That is a really swaying question, rather controversial. It is common, very, very common in these mock papers and other papers that you could have seen. And then you're going to find in the papers that you're going to be doing, there are going to be some original questions, really new questions, where you find that you have not seen such a question set before, but someone has come up with a question in an area where you can answer. For example, account for the success of the French Revolution. You see, we don't really teach a lot about the success of the French Revolution, but you all know that the revolution succeeded. You see, but in most of the books that you will read through, there's no one who is going to tell you why the revolution succeeded. But you, with your knowledge of wars and revolutions, and from your own experience, you can write why the revolution succeeded. At least we teach about other revolutions and we explain why those revolutions succeeded. But here, about the French Revolution, we don't teach about why the revolution succeeded. But we know that the revolution succeeded. So if they ask you a question like that, you'll find yourself generating the answers. So it becomes an original question. So it is also another kind of question that you can come across. Still, it has very many demands. Okay, now here we are here. I want to give people some short time so people can ask question and answer session. Is there anything you want to ask before we go to the questions the other side? Yes. If there's any question you would want to ask, please you can type your response here in the chat, then I'll respond. Any questions you want to ask members, please type your questions here in the chat so that I respond very fast before we move to the other session where we are going to start discussing the questions. Any questions so far? Okay. I am not seeing any question, but maybe just let me just talk about the introduction. The introduction, which is actually where we start building our impression about your essay, is a very important part of the essay, the introduction. And the introduction is supposed to be good enough to build a good impression that is going to make you excel. But also, we should not waste a lot of time in the introduction. I always give people this example that imagine someone is asking you a simple question, and me, the teacher, I'm the one asking. So I ask you, can you tell me briefly about yourself? And then I am a teacher. I am meeting you for the first time. Please tell me about yourself. What is your response going to be like? Now, the mere fact that for me I'm a teacher, it means I am interested in your academic history. I am interested in perhaps what was your former school. Okay, now like for you, you're in senior 6 or senior 5. Okay, what is your combination? That's what I want to know. So I need details about your academic life because I am a teacher. I'm meeting you for the first time. Then, if the same question is asked to you by another person who's not a teacher, imagine you meet a pastor and the pastor is asking you, please tell me about yourself. What is your response? Your response is going to change. It's going to change because you are now speaking to the pastor. So the pastor wants to know, okay, what is your home church? Are you baptized? Those things about the church. The same question. Now, the same question, if it is asked by a doctor, you meet the doctor for the first time, he's asking you, can you tell me briefly about yourself? What is the doctor interested in? The doctor is interested in your medical history. When was the last time you fell sick? What was the sickness about? You see the same what? The same question. Now, what am I driving at here? I am saying that your introduction should not always be static. It should not be the same introduction you give each time they ask you a question about the French Revolution. You give us the same introduction because the introduction changes based on the question that has been asked. So make sure you don't always give the same introduction. But okay, so what should you write in the introduction? The introduction is, like I said, it should be very short. It should be okay, very long. But how long should it be? That will depend on you who is writing the essay. So the introduction should answer these basic questions. When, like when did the event happen? Where did the event happen? Mhm. How long did the event take? You see, maybe who was there during that time? For example, if you're introducing the French Revolution, what was the French Revolution? Okay, you write for us. The French Revolution was this and this and this. When did it start? It started on this day. Okay. How long did it take? It took between this time to this time. Who was there? By that time the society was stratified. We had the clergy, we had the nobility, we had the peasants, but they had a king. You are trying to answer that question of who. So by the time you answer those basic questions like what, where, when, how long, who was there, you are actually building a good what? A good introduction. So you may end up with maybe 5 or 6 lines or any or more. Say that now you have clearly brought out what the examiner is interested in. And then after writing that introduction, that's when you write the other joinery what? Joinery statement. And if the question demands for a standpoint, that is when you write the standpoint after introducing. Your standpoint should be clear. If it was possible, you would separate it from the introduction. So your standpoint should not be somewhere jumbled in the introduction. It should be below your introduction, together with your joinery statement. So now everybody knows what an introduction is all about, and then how to write it. And yes, so an introduction, we look for it in the essay. It should be quality, it should be good. So let us now go to the body of the essay. So the question people always ask, so how many points should I write? Okay, so how do I exactly explain? You see, so when you are writing your point, we expect you to write your points in a full sentence. There's what we call point identification. You can identify the point in many ways. You can identify the point by starting with the point, then you bring in the building words. And then you can also identify the point by starting with the building words and then you end with the point. Let me just get something here for you very small, so I show you what actually I mean when I talk about building words and then what we call building words, and then those other things will say, okay, now the point. Okay, for example, if I say I am maybe talking about the rise of Napoleon, and then luck is my point. So if I say luck was one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon, okay, I have started with the point. And then if I say one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon was luck, there I have started with the building words. But all in all, I have written a what? A full sentence. So when I have written like that, luck was one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon, then I put a full stop. I put a full stop, then I start to what? I start to explain. So you explain, you explain, you explain. How do you explain? You are simply answering that question. How? You see? How did luck lead to the rise of Napoleon? You see? How was luck responsible for Napoleon's what? For Napoleon's rise to what? To power. You see? So if you can show in many ways how luck was responsible for the rise of Napoleon, then you're actually explaining the point. So you're going to explain in many sentences, illustrating and giving us examples here and there. Then in the end, you're going to give us a connection between your answer and your what? And your point. So here I am hoping people are seeing what I'm sharing. I'm just trying to, yes. Let me first magnify it a little bit so that people can see better. Okay. So I want to show you how we write the points, how we start stating the point, and yes, something here. You let me know if you are seeing what I'm sharing, how to state the point. So I said you can state the point by starting with the building words, and then you can also state the point by starting with the point itself. All right, and then you explain by showing us how. In the end, you may find yourself maybe writing maybe 6 or 7 or maybe even 10 lines, depending on how much you want to write. But be mindful about what? About time. Okay. Then something else that people should surely know is here. What are some of the other things that can also affect your performance? Here you can see question choice, question interpretation, and question approach. All questions carry equal marks. That instruction is always given. But we still have our friends who believe that there are some questions that if they do, maybe it's going to make people really feel that this person knows history. Please choose your simplest question. Choose your simplest question, because all the questions are the same. All the questions carry equal marks. So choice is important. How is choice important? Because choice can determine whether you will finish the paper or not. Take for example, we have I gave you the different types of questions, and then we have the other direct question. Maybe they have asked you, you are lucky. World War, they have asked you account for the outbreak of the First World War. Very simple and direct question. So if you know the answer, that should be your first choice. Very
So hold on a bit as the facilitator gets back. He's getting back. Teacher Dennis?
Oh, guys, I'm back. There was something, a small technical glitch, but I am here now. So I had reached a point when I was talking about the demands of the questions and choice of the questions. So let us go back. Let me share where was I. I think I was somewhere here. Okay. So let me share it again so that people can see what I mean when I say choice, interpretation, and then approach. Right. So I said choice is very important because we have many types of questions, and if you choose well, then you're likely to approach it even well. So here I talked about the introduction that I said should be precise, should be short, should be answering those basic questions. The basic questions I was talking about, I think you can see they are here. When, where, who, what, those famous questions. If you do that, then it is very easy. Then have state the point in a full and meaningful sentence. And here, if you read through, they say the point can be stated in many ways, e.g., you can state or end with the, you can start or end with the building words. And I gave that example when I was talking. Luck was one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon to power, or it can be the reverse, where you say the rise of Napoleon was caused by luck. Then you explain. Then also we need to avoid monotony in your answer. Some people like saying you like saying you use those bombastic words. You like saying another point, okay, another factor. So let us be very creative as we write our essays. Then don't mix your point with the explanation. And this is where many people error. These days, people like saying, don't make an error. My friend, don't make an error in your essay. What is the error? Mixing your point with the explanation. How do you do that? As you write your essay, for example, you say, luck was one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon. Then you bring this word, as in, where, in that. I want to remind you, my friends, those are shortcuts that just spoil your essay. So when you have stated your point, put a full stop. Don't write those shortcuts, as in, that, whereby. It's not proper. So make sure you don't have those errors in your essay. So as you explain those shortcuts, we don't expect them. Same way, we don't expect abbreviations in your essay. If you do that, it's going to be very, very easy for you to excel. Then after you have explained, relate your point with the question. That's where most people like saying hence, therefore, thus. It is okay. That is the analysis we are looking at. So as you're writing your essay, we are looking out in every point. We are looking out for the point identification in full sentence. We are looking out for the explanation that should be exhaustive and clear. We are looking out for the analysis that should also be very clear, and we should find it in your essay. Avoid abbreviations. Everybody knows that. Know how to state your standpoint. I think at this point, I don't expect anyone to be struggling with how to state a standpoint. We all know that a standpoint should be in measurable terms. You should use statements like bigger, like smaller, like those are the statements that you should be using. Okay. Then avoid mixing issues between paper 1 and paper 6, between paper 6 and paper 3. You see, everybody should know, you should know the vocabulary we use in European history. You should know the vocabulary you use in paper 1, with the vocabulary used in paper 2 and other papers. Then everybody should know the features of a poor essay. Everybody should know what a standpoint looks like. Everybody should know what a joinery statement is. Everybody should know the terminologies that can be used when they are setting these exams. What does assess mean? What does evaluate, analyze, examine, how far, to what extent? What does all that mean? So if there's anyone who is having any query or any problem interpreting questions based on those terminologies when they are being used in the exam, you can give me a response in the chat. But for now, I expect everybody not to have challenges there. Then we also need to know the common mistakes that people make in writing their essay. We all know that every point should be in a separate paragraph. We don't skip lines. Don't skip lines. You will break the essay and you will lose marks. Make sure you don't skip lines. Make sure that you manage your time well. How do you manage your time well? Time management starts with finding that there is a clock in the room or you have a watch. At this time, everybody should be knowing how much time you have per question. It is 45 minutes. We should also know that poor question interpretation, poor explanation, lack of analysis, bad handwriting, dirty work, failure to observe a chronology, all that can make you lose marks. So those are the errors that we always talk about. Then we need to know that there are many types of questions. That's where we started from. In writing your essay, those are the things you look out for: point identification, explanations, examples, and then relating the answer to the question. That's what we call the analysis. You see, and people should distinguish opinions from facts. Facts are things like dates, years, names of people, and they should not be distorted. Opinions can change, facts cannot change. So if you distort a fact that everybody knows, then you are now showing us that you are not very sure. So make sure that when you are writing your essay, everything is clear. That means that you should find time and read through your essay. And then maybe lastly, please start every answer on a fresh page. Yes, start every answer on a fresh page. Don't allow your don't be disorganized just because you are scared that just paper. Even if you're the one providing the paper, I don't see why you should mix your answer in that way. Make sure every answer starts on a fresh page and number your work very well. Many of these things will be told to you when they are briefing you, but numbering can be an error. You see, starting your answer on the same page with the other former essay can also be, I call it an error. So those are simple things that we should not be struggling with. All right, so let me go back and I see. Let me go and I see the people's response in the chats. Do we have some people have any question they want to discuss at the moment? Okay, they're saying help us share the question paper here also. Okay, I think some people did not get the question paper. I am going to share the question paper. Let me share the question paper here and the people can see. Is there any other question, people? If you have any other question, feel free to ask. You feel free to ask the questions so that we move on. If you have any question that you want to ask, please ask now. If you have any, if you want to discuss, also let me know. Yes. All right. So let me now go and share let us go to the questions that we did not finish the other day. There are these questions that we surely wanted to discuss, but we didn't have enough time. We did not have enough time to exhaust all of them. So they are here. Let me share them here and then people can see them. The question paper. So a question paper is here. The answers are there. I think number one was that one. Number one was why did France experience external conflicts with the rest of Europe between 1793 and 1803? What does the question want us to write about? I am hoping people are able to see. So that is, look at that. What is the candidate expected to do? Give a brief background of the coalitions or countries that conflicted with France. Explain the causes of the revolutionary wars fought between France and other European countries between 1792 or 1793 to 1800. 1803. So the possible answers after giving the introduction, of course, you're going to tell us that France went to war with very many countries. Which countries were those? We had Britain, we had Austria, we had Prussia, and these countries fought France after forming a series of coalitions. But the beginning of all this conflict was because of the French Revolution. It's important to note that while the revolution was in progress, the revolution was So while the revolution was in progress, neighboring countries and people were not comfortable with the revolution. Britain interpreted the revolution differently. Austria, Prussia, they interpreted the revolution differently. So these countries started forming groups to isolate France, to come and restore the king, to come and change things in France. And that's the background of the revolutions. So the first cause of this war was the outbreak of the French Revolution. France was isolated by these countries because France decided to revolt. So war started. By 1792, war surely did what? War started. Let me see if there are any other responses here in the chats. All right, not yet. So, other causes of the revolution. Let me go back to our answers here. Were there. Why did the revolution break out in France? I mean, why did the war break out between France and her neighbors? The French expansionist programs. In other words, it is true that the revolution was on, but also it is true that France had intentions of exporting these revolutionary ideas. So that is how eventually many European neighbors and many French neighbors felt they should counter the spread of these revolutionary tendencies. And so that is partly also why the revolution, war broke out. The composition of the new legislative assembly, it was made up of inexperienced people. It was made up of power-hungry characters. It was made up of bloodthirsty characters. It was made up of people who wanted to export these revolutionary ideas. Then we had the need by the revolutionaries to destroy the influence and threats of the immigrants. I hope everybody knows who the immigrants were. People who escaped from the revolution in France, went to neighboring countries, and were now organizing a comeback to come and perhaps suppress the revolution, to come and perhaps rescue the king and his family. Those are the people who were called the immigrants. And they were threatening indeed to come and cause havoc in France. So that is also why the French revolutionaries went to war with their neighbors. Then we had the Brunswick Manifesto, General Brunswick, who threatened that he would come and raise France even if the hair of the king is hurt. That was a very serious threat. So the revolutionaries said, okay, fine, we are going to defend ourselves. So it is true that after the Brunswick Manifesto, France immediately went to war with especially Austria and Prussia. Then we had the declaration of France as a republic. Why was this a threat to the European countries? Because France was now the only republic that was in the center of European monarchies. And it is true that France had changed the narrative in a way that it is also true that France was going to make other countries become republics. In Austria, we had a republic. In Britain, in Austria, you had a monarchy. In Britain, you had a monarchy. The same with Prussia. So the revolution made the war between France and her neighbors inevitable. We have the issuing of the Edict of Fraternity. The Edict of Fraternity was issued by the revolutionaries declaring that they are willing to support uh, all their friends and brothers who were planning to revolt elsewhere within Europe. So the Edict of Fraternity now made war inevitable. Then you had General Carnot's militarism, the massive killing in France, and importation of massive killing of important personalities. There are so many people who died during the revolution. It's important to recall that the king was executed in January 1793. Okay, even the queen was executed a few months later, and many other prominent people died. So that is how the revolution now became a threat to many of these countries that were not prepared to accept the revolution. But most importantly, they were trying to counter the spread of revolutionary tendencies and ideas into their own territories. Yes. So the revolution made many countries uncomfortable, and that is partly why the war broke out. We have the death of the King of Austria, King Leopold, and the rise of his son, Emperor Francis, who was a warmonger. For him, he wanted war, unlike his father, who was a conservative and did not like the idea of war. Aggressive policies of the directorate government, and lastly, public opinion was generally in favor of war. Yeah. So in Europe, in France, in Austria, and everywhere else, people wanted war. Yes. So war broke out. Inevitably, war broke out. So that is how the French Revolution, that is how war broke out between France and her neighbors between 1793 up to 1803. There are very many factors we may not have considered, but the approach to that question is introduced by telling us the various coalitions that were formed against France before this war was broke out. Then, of course, you're going to write the journal statement, and then you're going to start explaining the points in very many ways. And then you read it through your essay and go to other questions. So that question was simply one-sided. Right, let me see if there are any responses here. They're saying, does the point on the Brunswick Manifesto fall under the question? Because we look confused, especially when the time frame is considered. We had interpreted this question as points not below. Not below 1793, yet the Brunswick Manifesto was in 1792. Okay. That is okay. The Brunswick Manifesto 1792. The question is 1793. Let me first see my own question and then we make the corrections. Why was the reign of terror? That is now the reign of terror. Let's go to my question here. I think there is a mix. I want to be very clear here. Why did France experience external conflicts between 1793 and 1803? All right. If the Brunswick Manifesto was in 1792, then the Brunswick Manifesto does not come in. I think here in my interpretation here, one of the demands, the third bullet is where I mixed up my years. So I agree with you that Brunswick Manifesto cannot be part of the answers if the question demands us to start from 1793. Thank you so much for that correction. If the question had asked us to start from 1792, then the Brunswick Manifesto would be one of the points. Yes. Then someone is asking, sir, how do you conclude the question? How do you conclude question 1? Please, okay, when you are concluding the question that you have just discussed, a conclusion is written in general words. General words in a sense that you say, for example, in this case, the reasons why France went to war were many. There were indeed very many reasons. And some of these reasons were internal. Were they not? They were internal. There were many and they were internal. I mean, some of them were internal, some of them were external, some of the causes were immediate, some of the causes of this war were long-term. So in your conclusion, I expect you to write your conclusion in a very simple and general language. Like you say, the causes of the war between 1793 and 1803 were many. Some were internal, some were external, some were social, some were political, some were economic, some were long-term, some were immediate. As explained what? To explained above. So, as you conclude, make sure you write your conclusion in very simple and general words. There is no standpoint required. Okay, someone is saying, someone had said, I want to Master, can the causes of the reign of terror be included in this question? Yes, some of the causes may come in, but be careful. Don't mix the causes of the reign of terror with the causes of war between France and her neighbors. Be reminded that during that time, when war was on between France and her neighbors, also the reign of terror was happening in France. So it means that sometimes you may have issues that cut across, that you find the same issue you can mention in the reign of terror, and the same issue you can also mention while you're discussing this particular question. Then someone is saying point 2 seems confusing. It's like how an effect brought about the revolutionary wars. Clear that point. What is point number 2 saying? Point number 2. Okay, point number 2 in our point here is saying the expansionist programs of the revolutionaries provoked hostility and caused the war. Expansionist programs here, I simply meant the fact that the revolutionaries in France surely wanted the revolutionary ideas to be shared with other people outside France. And it is true that the revolutionary ideas now became very popular, one in France, but even outside outside France. I will share this document after we have discussed. I will share this document in the chat so that people can have it. I want us to go to the second question. The reign of terror was inevitable. The reign of terror was inevitable between 1792 and 1795. Okay, let me put it 1794. The reign of terror was inevitable. Discuss. The question should have discuss at the end. Okay. So the question is one-sided. As you can see, some people sometimes say if we have discuss at the end, then automatically it means that the question is two-sided. In this case, the question is one-sided. And we should be reminded that we only need the causes of the reign of terror. You see? So, what were the causes of the reign of terror? The causes of the reign of terror were many, very, very many. Just a few reminders here. I'm sure everybody knows about this. Maybe talk about factors like the rise of the leaders who you talk about things like the the situation at that time. It's important for us first. Let us see what was the reign of terror. We all know it was a period of bloodshed. It started in 1792. It was headed by Maximilian Robespierre. It was in the second phase of the French Revolution. So this was a time when there was a lot of chaos, a lot of insecurity, a lot of bloodshed in France during the French Revolution. So what were the causes of the reign of terror? The causes were many, as you're going to see. You can see class division. While we had the different classes during the revolution, it's important to remember that the division between those classes is actually what fueled the reign of terror to start, because the enemies of the peasants automatically became the 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 clergy and the nobility, and therefore they became the targets. So the reign of terror was inevitable, partly because of the deep class divisions within France. Then it was also fueled by economic crisis in France. It is true that France had a lot of economic problems shortly before the revolution started, but it's also true that those problems did not stop even during the revolution. So, as the king tried many ways to contain the situation, it is true that the reign of terror kept on drawing close and closer. Let me see if there are any other response here. If there are any other response in the charts. Why was France at war with other European powers? Then, can I conclude some answers of the causes of the revolution in that era? Can I include some answers of the causes of the revolution in that terror and the cause? It's let us try to separate. Let us try not to ask this question that can this one also work like that? Can this one also work like that? If you read the causes of the French Revolution, and you read the causes of the reign of terror, and you read the causes of war between France and her neighbors, there will be no reason for you to ask for substitution. For you say, can I use the causes of the French Revolution as the causes of war between France and her neighbors? You're going to find that these are different content areas completely. So let us not try to substitute that. Can the reign of terror be used to answer this question? Can this one also be used to answer this question? Let us read and learn to separate these areas. Then I said that, can I have this handout, please? You're going to have the handout. I'm going to share the handout at the end of the session, so don't worry. Then let me see, is there any other response? No. Let us continue and see other points. The collapse of the monarchy collapsed and the republic was established. It's important that for us to recall that while the revolution was in progress, the monarchy eventually collapsed. And when the monarchy collapsed, now there was disorder in France. After the arrest of the king, so many things were happening. There was, we have here fear of a counter revolution made the revolutionaries to apply force, and that is how they ended up killing people, so many people, and that is how they ended up. The reign of terror became inevitable. It's important also to recall that during this time, the king had his personal friend. I think all of you know about him. The king had his personal friend, Mirabeau. who was killed or who died during the revolution, and unfortunately, after his death, the king made so many errors. So the death of Mirabeau partially caused the reign of terror because Mirabeau predicted, he said that if he dies, then the revolution will change course, and that happened. Then we had, of course, we had the radicalization of politics in France. We had many political groups. We had the Jacobins, we had the Girondins, we had so many other political groups. We had the Girondins, we had the Jacobins, and other political pressure groups. Many of them believed in the politics of extermination and elimination. So they were fighting within each other, fighting to eliminate each other. So eventually, the revolution that was peaceful in the first phase became violent in the second phase. So the revolution became very, very, very bloody in the second phase, what we call the reign of terror. Then we had weak government institutions that was dismantled. In other words, by 1792, or let's say between 1792 up to 1794 for sure, there was a weak government in France. We had a semblance of a government, but that had very little authority. Many of the people who formed this government were bloodthirsty characters, were inexperienced people, and so the revolution now eventually it became very, very bloody. It became very chaotic, and the reign of terror became inevitable, partially because of that. Then we had popular pressure from the streets in France during the revolution. By then, when the reign of terror was on, we call it, what do I call it? Killing became very, very easy for many people. Mhm. And then people took the law into their hands. And then mob justice became the order of the day. So anybody who was arrested and believed to be an enemy of the revolution would be arrested and immediately sentenced to death through mob justice. So very many areas in France were affected because of this. The streets of Paris was full of bloodshed. Other provinces like La Vendée and other parts of France, there was a lot of killing. Who were the victims of these killings? People who were believed to be the enemies of the revolution. Then there were so many assassination plots. There were so many crackdowns that caused bloodshed. That is how the reign of terror became inevitable. Then we had, of course, the issuing of the law of suspect that made so many people become victims of terror. So many people were killed because of that law. Then we had there were so many internal rebellions within France. Here we are talking about provinces like La Vendée, where there was a lot of bloodshed. Then we had escalating revolutionary fever. So many people now wanted to see the revolution progress, but they were not sure how to make this happen. So many people were using force. Remember, the streets of Paris was full of people who were rioting, and not only Paris, even Versailles and other parts of France. So the revolution became very, very chaotic because of poor leadership, because of the way people interpreted the success of the revolution. It was now beginning to show that the revolution was going to yield fruit. And people, out of excitement, decided to use a lot of force. So the reign of terror became largely inevitable because of those points. I am aware some points are not here, but there are other points that we can talk about, maybe like the king's attempted flight to Venice, the king's abortive escape to Venice. So the revolution ended in 17, this reign of terror ended around 1794-95, when so many people had already been killed. The other factors like the storming of Bastille, I think, the storming of Bastille. After Bastille was stormed and the revolutionaries did not find their friends, they decided to use force. Moreover, they were already armed after storming into the armory, and now they had guns, they had very many weapons, so they decided to use force. So the reign of terror became inevitable because of those points. So after that, you give your conclusion. It's important to note that even this question is a direct one, direct question. It requires you to give us the introduction of the reign of terror, the joinery statement, then you give us different causes of the reign of terror in many ways explained, and then you give us your conclusion. The reign of terror was inevitable. Discuss. Okay, let me go to the charts and see if we have any questions. In case there's any query, people, you can always come to the. I'll respond if there's any concern in the chats. Okay. Then let's see, assess the significance of the French Revolution. Significance in this case means effects of the revolution. And they're asking us assess the significance of the French Revolution in Europe or on Europe. They have not specified the time frame. They have not told us maybe up to 1848, just open like that. Right. So the significance in this case means effects. And we know that effects can be positive and can also be negative. So the revolution that started in 1789 ended in 1799. And by the time the revolution ended, it had so many effects. Some of the effects were short-lived. Some of the effects, of course, were long-lasting. The revolution generally affected Europe on a very, very, very grand scale. So politically, there were many effects. Socially, there were many effects. And even economically, there were so many effects. So the question in this case demands us to give a standpoint. And after writing the introduction, of course, you give us your standpoint. And some people sometimes believe that a standpoint should actually depend on the number of points that you can generate. And I want to say your standpoint is not guided by the number of points that you are generating. Your standpoint is your opinion, and it does not matter how many points you have given. What is actually looked into what we want. We want you to write the standpoint in the correct way. The moment you have stated your standpoint in the correct way, you've got the marks. So don't worry about having few points and then you want to say to a greater extent. It is okay. That is your point. Nobody is going to judge you. So for us, we read your essay. We don't judge. We don't judge you basing on your standpoint, but we judge you basing on whether you know how to state the standpoint or not. If you don't know how to state the standpoint, that's where the problem is. But if you know, I just want to give you an example. I think I talked about it the other day again. I said that imagine you are a girl, okay, and then you are in school, but then along the way, you drop out of school, maybe because of school fees or other reason. But okay, let us focus on school fees. Your parents have failed to pay your school fees, so you drop out in senior 2. And then you grow, after some time, you get a boyfriend. who accepts to take you back to school. Your boyfriend has accepted to take you back to school, and then you actually study until you finish school. Now you finish school, then now you are graduating. On your graduation day, your boyfriend is available, and then your parents are also there. So you're giving a speech, and you're struggling to ask yourself, whom are you going to thank more? Your boyfriend who took you back to school, or your parents who gave birth to you? Remember, all of them were important. So that can generate a debate. Some people will say, my parents first. Other people will say, no, my boyfriend, because after here, we are even going to stay together. So that can generate a debate. So if you say your parents, in this case, you are correct. If you say your boyfriend, it is also okay. That is your opinion. So nobody is going to judge you basing on what you think, but we should know which one weighs more. So when you state your standpoint, please make sure you tell us which one weighs more. If it is you are if it is maybe in this case, if it is the positive effects of the revolution, tell us to a greater extent the revolution had positive impact. Or you can say the revolution had a more positive impact than the negative impact. So let us know in your standpoint which one weighs greater than the other. If you tell us that is enough, we shall mark and know that this person knows how to state the one, to state their their standpoint. Okay, then let's now dive into the points. So like I said, the question here assess the effects of the French Revolution on Europe. It is a two-sided question, and it requires a standpoint. We've already talked about how to state your standpoint. So the effects were many, as you can see. Some of the effects were positive, some of the effects were negative, as you see here in the points. Let me first see if there's any response in the chats. Maybe there are people who have given me some messages here. Someone saying, also help me in the directory government introduction. Directory government introduction. Well, we shall come to that later. Let us first deal with the effects of the revolution, then we shall dive a little into directory government. Right. So here you see the effects of the revolution. There were many, as you can see. It led to the abolition and end of monarchy rule in France. We all know that the king was overthrown, the king was executed, the monarchy was abolished in 1792, and a republic was established. So that is the political effect of the revolution. It led to abolition of the royal guard. That was the army that was protecting the king, the monarchy, and the government at that point. And it was replaced with which guard? The National Guard. So the army changed during the course of the revolution. The army changed. It led to abolition of the social class system, social stratification in France. That was one of the causes of the revolution. Also was overturned. It ended. Maybe we could say it reduced. Yes, because we know in every society we still have class stratification is something very common. Yes, I always ask people that why do you find someone moving from one district to another district looking for a school? Maybe it is an issue of class choice. You find people sometimes they despise some functions. They say, I will not go there. I will not go there. Maybe because they feel they are superior. But anyway, class stratification is a reality that happens in society even today. So class stratification in France, we are saying that it reduced, it caused the revolution, but by the end of the revolution, everybody was now considered equal. Where? equal before the law. That is what it means. Then the revolution resulted into the end of dictatorship and despotism in France. Moving forward after the revolution, now France was a republic, and therefore democracy was the order of the day. So it ended the dictatorship and despotism of the ancient regime. It also, the revolution gave birth to freedom of man, which was attained after the Declaration of the Rights of Man on 28th August 1789. Yes. Then it led to the abolition of feudalism and serfdom in France. This was a system by which all land in France was owned by only two groups of people, the nobles and the clergy. So we are saying that by the end of the revolution, even the peasants were allowed to own land. So that system of only land being owned by the nobles and the clergy surely had to end with the revolution. Then the revolution led to the birth of constitutionalism. A new constitution was drafted. The constitution guided the parliament. The constitution guided the government, and that was a positive on a positive note. The revolution ended when the peasants were happier. It also led to the rise of French nationalism, pride. During the revolution, a number of institutions were set up. And by the end of the revolution, France now became a better society, a more organized society politically. You see that? Then the revolution made some reforms in the economy. It's important to remember that so many economic changes happened during the revolution, to the point that even by the end of the revolution, a new system of taxation was introduced, the system of pay as you earn, that has now been adopted by very many countries across the world. Now use that system of pay as you earn as a way of taxing, a fair way of taxing people. Then it led to land reforms in France. The old system of land being owned by the nobility and the clergy, and the peasants, where the majority were not owning any land, was also changed. Education reforms came up. National education system was put in place. Very many schools, primary schools, technical schools, universities now were controlled by the government. Unlike before the revolution, when these institutions were controlled by the Catholic Church. Then the French Revolution resulted into active political competition between the different political parties. We are talking about the Jacobins, the Girondins, and other political parties, other political players that were within France competed a lot. Then it led a lot of change, a lot of reform was also made in the church. It led to territorial gains for France. Then here I wanted us to see, our time is running fast. Okay. It promoted the French glory through the military successes that were registered during the revolution. It led to the rise of new men, new political players now joined the political platform. People like Napoleon benefited from the revolution. Now, French Revolution was one of the factors that actually led to the rise of Napoleon. People like Barras also became the beneficiaries of the revolution. And then I have here, this one here, Marat. It is true that Marat was killed during the revolution by one young girl called Dicompe, who stabbed him in his own bathtub. Marat was a journalist who was making a lot of money by publishing revolutionary stories. So he died, but we are saying that before he died, he became very, very popular during the revolution. And others who also became very popular, people like Danton, who also died during the revolution. He became so popular because of the revolution. People like Robespierre, who also died during the revolution, but he became very popular during the revolution. I see. So many people became known during the revolution. That's what we are saying. Then it promoted the French culture. After the various revolutionary governments greatly emphasized the French culture from language, art, drama, and everything. In other words, after the revolution, very many people now started copying things from France. That's why they say that after the French Revolution, I think by around 1830, when France sneezes, the rest of Europe catches the cold. The revolutionary tendencies actually spread to different countries, and these revolutionary ideas have remained in Europe, and other revolutions broke out immediately after the outbreak of broke out later after the success of the French Revolution. For example, the 1830, 1848 revolution broke out largely because of the example of the 1789 French Revolution. Then have so many negative effects of the same. The negative effects of the revolution here, we can see them. Let me first see if I have any queries, concerns in the chats here. Can a candidate outline a point, put a full stop, and then explain? I am not very sure what exactly you mean here. Then you say, can a candidate outline a point, put a full stop, and explain? What I said that you can state the point in a full sentence. I give an example, like this one. Luck was responsible for the rise of Napoleon. That is a full sentence. Then you put a full stop. And I said, if you do like that, you have started with the point and followed with the building words. But the same point can also be stated in this way, that one of the factors that led to the rise of Napoleon was luck, which is also another way of stating the same point. So I'm not sure if that is what you interpret as outlining the point. What I'm emphasizing is that your point should be in a full sentence. Put a full stop, then start to explain. What is explaining here? Explaining here means you are showing us how throughout your essay. So make sure that as you explain, you keep on answering how did luck cause Napoleon's rise to power? What were the circumstances where Napoleon should have been eliminated, but because of luck, he survived? For example, you say Napoleon should have died when he was still young, like his siblings died, but he was spared because of luck. Napoleon should have been executed when he was arrested with Maximilian Robespierre, but because of luck, he survived. Napoleon should have died when he went for the Egyptian campaign, but because of luck, he survived. Napoleon should have died during the Italian campaign because that was a very serious war, but luck made him to survive. So in the end, you're going to show us the different scenarios and circumstances where Napoleon survived simply out of luck. And then you confirm that indeed luck was responsible for the rise of what? Of Napoleon. So if that is what you interpreted as outlining the point, then in my opinion, I call it writing the point in a full sentence. So your point should be in a full sentence, and then you explain in different ways. Then in the end of it, you link your point to the what? To the question by saying, therefore, because of luck, Napoleon was responsible. Because of luck, Napoleon rose to power, or maybe in another way, so that you actually show us that luck was very, very, very important in Napoleon's what? In Napoleon's rise to power. Okay, I'm trying to see here. So many schools, so many schools, so many schools. Okay, let us continue. Let us continue with our discussion. The negative effects of the French Revolution. There are so many of them. It led to interclass struggle. There was a struggle between the privileged and the unprivileged classes. We all know the privileged classes were the nobility and the clergy. The unprivileged class obviously were the peasants. They were struggling. And in the course of the struggle, there was a lot of destruction, a lot of conflict, a lot of bloodshed. So that was a negative effect. It led to massive loss of property, massive loss of life, massive insecurity, a massive chaos. During the revolution, so many people were killed and a lot of their property was destroyed. Then similarly, it led to loss of lives. Loss of lives, I've talked about that. You can give examples of many prominent people who died, starting with the king, the queen, Maximilian Robespierre, Danton, Marat, and many other prominent characters who were killed during the what? During the revolution. While that was happening, there was massive exodus of Frenchmen to neighboring countries. Those people who later became known as emigres. Those people who later became known as the emigres were who moved to other countries like Austria, like Prussia, like even Britain. Those people migrated, some permanently. It led to international enmity between France and her neighbors, and that was the background of the war between France and her neighbors, largely because of the success of the revolution and the negative impacts of the revolution. Then we have the civil constitution of the clergy. Civil constitution of the clergy was introduced, where we had the church now was to be controlled or it was placed under the government, or the government was now above the church. Everything that the church was to do was to first be approved by the state. There were so many other effects. Let's see. The French Revolution of 1789 also led to freedom of worship, so meaning that after the revolution, there was a lot of freedom. Other regions also they enjoyed the benefits of the revolution. I think that was a positive one mixed up with the negative one. Then it led to civil constitution. The clergy, I've talked about that. Let's see if we still have. It led to execution of the king, the queen, and many other prominent characters. It led to imposition of harsh terms on France by the great European powers. And lastly, the success of the revolution inspired the outbreak of other revolutions elsewhere in Europe. So unless there is a question, is there a question? Let me go to my chat and I see if there's any concern at the moment so that I respond. They say that, sir, for the previous question, I am supposed to choose either France or Europe. Am I supposed to choose either France or Europe? The question is the question they're asking, the question they asked was explain, or as it was actually assess the effects of the French Revolution on Europe. I am aware that France is in Europe, but if you capitalize on France and then you keep talking about France, you will not be addressing Europe. You understand? So you're supposed to be giving us, you're supposed to have a broad view of the effects of the revolution on Europe, not only in France. So it's important for us not to stick to France when the question is asking us about the effects on Europe. I think what is confusing you here is because you have seen the effects of the revolution on France, but the question was answer. The question was effects of the revolution on Europe. So you're supposed to have a European view when you are discussing the question. Okay, let me see. Other questions here. We have so many questions, about 24 of them. Is there anyone who has so far picked any question they want to discuss? Can I know if there's anybody who picked any question so far? Someone is asking, what is the meaning of Exodus? Exodus simply means movement out. Like when we say that it led to the exodus of many Frenchmen, it means that so many people left France and they went to other places. That is the meaning of Exodus. Is there anyone who has so far picked a question that they would want to discuss? Anyone so far? If there's anybody who has picked any question or you are prepared to discuss, please respond here in the chat so we give you a chance and then you can discuss. Otherwise, we are going to be proceeding with other questions. Anybody who wants to discuss any school that wants to discuss any questions so far here? All right. If there is no school that wants to discuss, then we can proceed. They're saying that so this recording is on, so the account owner and everyone in the meeting can see and save messages sent to everyone and can share them with apps and others. Only you and those you chat with can. I don't get this. I want messages that concern what we are discussing. Okay. There is no response, so it means we should be proceeding. Right. So let us go to the next question and we see what it says. Some of these questions, members, I am not going to give you like the answers here. I'm going to just give you the interpretation, or we are going to share the interpretation, and then we give a few points, and then in the handout, that's where I'm going to share all the points. When I share the handout, I'll share when it has all the points. So for now, let us just look at the interpretation, the possible points, and then we move on. I think that is what is actually very important, but I will still share the handout. Like here they're saying, to what extent was Napoleon Bonaparte I responsible for his own downfall? We all know that Napoleon's downfall happened in 1815 after they defeated him during the Battle of Waterloo. But we also know that Napoleon, before he was defeated, before he was finally defeated, they first defeated him, I think around 1813, during the Battle of Leipzig. You see, it's important for us to remember that Napoleon was defeated by the Fourth Coalition, and we had countries like Britain, Austria, we had Russia, and Prussia. They formed the Fourth Coalition, defeated Napoleon for the first time, took him to the island of Elba in the Mediterranean Sea, but Napoleon escaped. And then he came back to France, and then he ruled for 100 days before he was defeated for the second time during the Battle of Waterloo, and after which he was taken to the island of St. Helena, where he lived until he died in 1821. But we are saying that his downfall, he was responsible for his downfall. To what extent was Napoleon Bonaparte one responsible for his own downfall? So you look at all those factors that led to the downfall of Napoleon. Which of those factors can you blame Napoleon for? For example, if we say that Napoleon was exhausted, by 1814 Napoleon was exhausted. But what caused the exhaustion? Napoleon overworked himself. Why? Because he believed that a man sleeps for 2 hours and then a woman sleeps for 4 hours, and then a fool sleeps for 8 hours. So if Napoleon put in practice what he believed in, then Napoleon was responsible for his own downfall in that regard. Look at the battles Napoleon went for. We are saying that the Moscow campaign was also one of the factors that led to the downfall of Napoleon. But Napoleon went for the Moscow campaign himself. So if it is true that Napoleon went for the Moscow campaign, it was so disastrous on France. Therefore, in that regard, Napoleon was responsible for his downfall. Napoleon also went for the Peninsular War. Yes, if Napoleon caused, he went to attack Portugal and Spain because they violated the continental system, then in that regard, Napoleon was again responsible for his downfall. Look at the continental system. Napoleon came up with that idea of the continental system after failing to defeat Britain physically, after he was challenged during the Battle of Trafalgar and other battles where Napoleon lost against Britain. So Napoleon comes up with this new idea of the continental system that becomes disastrous and led to a series of other wars that Napoleon still lost. So if it was Napoleon's idea of coming up with the continental system, then again in that regard, Napoleon caused his downfall. So you can see that after outlining the factors that led to the downfall of Napoleon, you really see that in many ways, Napoleon was responsible for his what? For his downfall. But also there are other factors that led to the downfall of Napoleon, where Napoleon was not in any way responsible. Maybe, of course, that can generate an argument. Look at it, for example, the formation of the Fourth Coalition. Okay, the Fourth Coalition was formed because European rulers and countries were tired of Napoleon's unending wars. Okay, so if Napoleon, for example, did not, if for example, look at it in this way, that the formation of the Fourth Coalition was none of Napoleon's contribution. It was made up of European countries who were tired of France, but also they were tired of France because of Napoleon. So depending on how you bring out your argument, but my opinion is that the formation of the Fourth Coalition had nothing to do with Napoleon. So in that regard, Napoleon was not responsible for his downfall. Look at, for example, Napoleon's overwhelming ambition. Napoleon was born ambitious. But if you look at it critically, because of his overwhelming ambition, Napoleon kept on wanting more and more and more. And for me, Napoleon's overwhelming ambition is beyond his contribution. So he was overwhelmingly ambitious, and that made him to be defeated, but that was not his contribution, because Napoleon was born ambitious. All right, so you can look at the question and see the interpretation that you first give us the introduction of Napoleon. And remember, here we are looking at Napoleon's downfall. Well, you can start by telling us when Napoleon was born, but don't over concentrate on his birth. You need to concentrate on when Napoleon's downfall actually became a reality. So you can see the introduction should be focusing on Napoleon's what? Downfall. So you're going to tell us when Napoleon's curve started changing downwards. If you draw the curve of Napoleon's career, when does it start to really fall unendingly? I think around 1806, everything Napoleon did was not working, or it did not work. So you can see the continental system declaration did not work. Shortly after that, Napoleon goes for the Peninsular War, where he loses about 30 generals, and he accepts that he has been challenged. After that, Napoleon goes for the Moscow campaign. That doesn't work still. So the curve begins to fall continuously after 1806. Napoleon's career is changing. The trajectory is now changing towards a downfall. So you give us those factors. Start with those factors where Napoleon was responsible for his downfall. Then after, you go and deal with the factors where Napoleon had nothing to do with, but still his downfall became what? Inevitable. Okay. Then of course you give us your standpoint and conclude. Then let's see the next question. What were the challenges that faced the congressmen at Vienna in 1814 to 1815? Yes, I want someone to interpret for me that question and respond in the chats. What do you think that question is asking for? Someone is asking here. I want to see if there are any responses here. How can we approach question 10? Or how can we approach question 10? Please, it would be proper if you just type for me the question so that I see. I see there's someone is asking that. Let me see. I want to respond all the responses. Can a candidate outline? I think I responded to that. Mark, first can bring for me my mouse. Then, is significance the same as causes? No. Significance is the same as effects, please. It's not the same as causes. Then, is the meaning of revolution also needed? Meaning of revolution can be needed if you are answering a question like account for the French Revolution. So you tell us the French Revolution was a fundamental change. I think what is important for us to recall here is to remember that when you're writing your essay, please keep the language, keep the tone in the past. So you make sure you write your everything in the past what? In the past tense. So significance is the same as effects. I think that one is answered. For the previous question, I suppose to choose either France or Europe? No. The question was about Europe. Please stick to Europe because the question demands the effects on Europe. What is the meaning of Exodus? I've already answered that. The number 19, do you first put the domestic downfall, then the other part you put the foreign policy? Is that question about Napoleon? The question was asking you, how far was Napoleon responsible for his downfall? It is true some of Napoleon's domestic policies led to his downfall, but it is not important for you to focus whether it is domestic or foreign. You should focus on whether Napoleon was responsible or Napoleon was not what? Was not responsible. Then let me see again. Number 3, on questions. On question number 3, still, can a question come asking either France or Europe where we are supposed to choose, attempt the effects? No. The questions are supposed to be very clear. If they ask you the effects, they will specify for you whether either on France or on Europe. They can also, for example, examine the effects or assess the effects of the French Revolution on France, or assess the effects of the French Revolution on Europe, like it is in this what? In this case. So the questions are set and they make it very clear so that people answer what they know. Then here we have another question. How can we approach question 10? How can we approach question 10? We want to discuss the Vienna settlement. Okay, that is good. People want to discuss the Vienna settlement. I'm going to give you a chance. Then here, the 1814 to 1815 Vienna Congress was an absurd meeting. Discuss. I don't know whether you wanted the approach, but here there's someone saying that maintain silence. Are there some people who are not muted? We should be all muted and very attentive. Okay, if you want the interpretation of if you want the interpretation of that question, the Vienna settlement, the Vienna Congress was an absurd meeting. Discuss. What would make the Vienna Congress an absurd meeting? The negative outcomes of the meeting. And what would make the Vienna settlement not to be an absurd meeting? The positive outcomes of the meeting. So in this case, if that was the question, you would start with the negative effects or the negative consequences of the Vienna Congress. Then you bring in the positive after, because that's what the question is demanding you to do. Let me first check here and I see what else someone is saying. Please, can you maintain silence? We talked about our camera is not connecting. Oh, it was their weakness. Okay, Britain was primarily responsible for the collapse of the Congress system. Discuss. I don't know if people want the interpretation, or you want to discuss that question, because it's one of our questions. Please, sir, you have not gone through number 4. Help us go through number 4. What is number 4 saying? I'm going to go there and see. Problems faced by the congressmen, like isolationist policy of Britain under Lord Castlereagh. Please, sir, can you please pass through number 4? Then I think question 20 is demanding for the failures of the Congress at Vienna. Then it refers to the unpopular policies by the congressmen at Vienna. Let me see what number 4 is saying. What is number 4 saying? Number 2 is number 2 was the consequences of the French Revolution on Europe. Then in number 3 is here. Number 3 is how was Napoleon able to dominate Europe? That is the question that I hadn't gone through. That is number 3. So number 4 is here. Number 4 is what we have just looked at. How, to what extent was Napoleon Bonaparte responsible for his own downfall? It is number 3 that we hadn't gone through. The interpretation is how was Napoleon able to dominate Europe from 1799 to 1814? So it's supposed to give us the different strategies, the different things that Napoleon did that made him the dominant person in Europe, from the time he came to power up to the time he was defeated. Maybe just to give a hint, Napoleon remained the household name while he was in power because of the various things that he did. For example, Napoleon used marriage alliances. Yes, Napoleon married from Austria, for example, and because of that, he became an ally of Austria. But in the long run, that helped him to remain dominant. Napoleon used the war to become and remain dominant in Europe. Napoleon engaged Europe in war because of that he was able to remain dominant in Europe. You see, Napoleon used diplomacy. In some cases, Napoleon signed so many agreements. He signed with Britain, he signed with Russia, and Napoleon also became dominant because of that. So Napoleon was a dominant character in Europe based on the different things that he did. But it's important for us to recall that Napoleon used diplomacy and Napoleon also used violence to remain dominant in Europe. This particular bit is in Ogwal. For my friends who have Ogwal as the textbook that they are using, you can go back and read through the methods or the strategies or the things that Napoleon did that made him dominant in Europe. It is there. Then let's see what were the challenges that were faced during the Congress, that were faced by, what challenges were faced, what were the challenges that faced the congressmen at Vienna. They're asking us for the aims of the Vienna Congress. Then I want to give an opportunity to a school that wants to discuss this question, assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement. I saw somebody was proposing that they want to discuss that question. There was a school, somebody, S.6, yes. We want to discuss the Vienna settlement. I would like to give the opportunity to these people. If you are ready to start, you can discuss. If you are ready to discuss, these people who are saying that they want to discuss the Vienna settlement, I want to give you an opportunity. I want to give opportunity to that person who said he wants to discuss the Vienna settlement. Let me go here and I allow that person to discuss. So if you are ready, please prepare. Then someone saying, I would like to discuss number 21. Okay, I am giving opportunity to someone who wants to discuss. I'm looking for this person who told me S.S. Where is S.S. now? I am looking for this person who wants to discuss that number of the Vienna settlement. Where are you? I want you to unmute and then you proceed with the discussion. Can we have that person who wants to discuss, or we give the opportunity to another school first, someone who wants to discuss Louis Philippe. There's someone who also says, I want to discuss Louis Philippe. We can give that opportunity, then later we go. We would like to discuss number 21 about Louis Philippe. Okay? The floor is open for someone who wants to discuss Louis Philippe. If you are ready, we can have you. And then we go back to the other person who wants to discuss the Vienna settlement. Can I have this person who wants to discuss Louis Philippe now? Where are you? Are you ready? I want that person to start. I cannot now tell who wanted to discuss because I can't get any response. So we are going to proceed. I cannot tell who wants to discuss because there is no response. So we are going to proceed. Okay. So let us proceed to people who want to discuss, they are not responding. So we are going to just continue. So let's see. I'm going to share. All right. So the question, this one is number 5. What were the challenges that faced the congressmen at Vienna, 1814 to 1815? What were the challenges? The challenges were the aims. What were the aims of the Vienna congressmen? Why did they go for the meeting at Vienna? I think the idea here is that they wanted Napoleon to be defeated. Napoleon had destabilized Europe for a long time, so they wanted to restore peace. Napoleon had changed the balance of power, so they wanted to restore the balance of power. So Europe was suffering because of lack of cooperation, so they wanted to find how to restore cooperation among the members. So you realize that the reasons why the congressmen went to Vienna were really many. And they want us to do what? To explain why these people went to Vienna. It's a direct question, does not require standpoint, you see. Very, very simple question. Then after that, of course, you give us your standpoint. What is your standpoint? What do you say? I mean, there is no need for a standpoint. The question is so clear. What were the challenges? There's no standpoint there. So you make sure that you give us the aims or the objectives of the congressmen in Vienna, and then you conclude. Very simple. Then assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement. This is the question that people said they wanted to discuss, but I am receiving no response. See, I am looking for this person who said I want to discuss, but I am not seeing them. I want to unmute you and then you discuss, but I cannot see you. Yes. So if you are ready, this person who said wants to discuss, this number here, assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement, please come on board. I am looking for you. If you are not there, we shall also proceed. Okay. So assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement. I'm going to start discussing this question because the person who said he wants to discuss has failed to respond. Right. So assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement on Europe, meaning that you give us the impacts of the Vienna settlement, but starting with the positive impacts. Assess the impacts of the Vienna settlement, start with the positive impacts. And the question is two-sided. It requires a standpoint. And after giving us the positive impacts, of course, you go to the negative impacts on the other side. Then how did Louis Philippe manage to rule for 18 years? The 18 years of disappointment of Louis Philippe, coming into power in 1813, ruling up to 1848, when he was defeated by the French people during the 1848 revolution. It's important for us to recall that Louis Philippe managed to rule France amidst a lot of resistance. But the question is how? You see? How did he manage to rule France for 18 years without being overthrown? And yet he was unpopular. He did that through his policies. He did that through his domestic policies. So you need to look at his domestic policies and then show us the positive aspects of his domestic policies. Some of the things that made him to be liked a little, just for example, his simplicity, how he was so simple with his life. He was not so extravagant. So some people supported him partly because of that. His approach towards war, where he would always technically remain neutral. Whenever war broke out, he would remain neutral. How he dealt with the Belgian Revolution, deciding to keep quiet. Most of the time, Louis Philippe would just stay quiet, and that would help him a lot. So you need to look at how he managed to stay in control of France amidst unpopularity, amidst criticism, amidst opposition, by looking at the positive aspects of his policies. Then look at number 8. How did Prince Metternich consolidate his power in Europe? How did Prince Metternich consolidate his power in Europe? In other words, the Metternich system. Yes, that's what they're talking about, the Metternich system. Look at the different aspects of the Metternich system and how it helped Metternich to remain dominant in Europe. So that question requires you to look at the Metternich system. The number 10, okay, number 9 here. Britain was primarily responsible for the collapse of the Congress system. We all know that the Congress system collapsed by 1830, but we also know that different countries had different contributions towards the downfall of the Congress system. And Britain, in this case, is on the spot. They're asking you first explain the role of Britain towards the collapse of the Congress system, and then bring in the role of other players or other factors towards the collapse of the Congress system. So the question is two-sided, and the question needs a standing point. Let me go back and I see if I have responses here in the chats. If we have the other friends of mine, if they're saying that I'm around, sir, but the mic failed to turn on. It is St. Bridget Girls. Okay, St. Bridget Girls, let me. Okay, here I'm asking these people to unmute. Let me ask you to unmute a bit. Unmute. Fix this so that I can have my friends discuss. I really don't. I want people to discuss. The girls are here. I hope they are the ones.
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Try to try to speak. I want to see if you
Yes, we can hear you.
now. So we first know, which question are you discussing?
21.
Which question? Number?
21.
Okay, number 1, please. You are on. You can go on with the discussion. We are very happy to have you. Yes, please go on.
So the approach of this question of Louis Philippe is
You
very
can start
simple.
now. Go on.
So the approach of this question of Louis Philippe is very simple. You just need to know the year when Louis Philippe was born, that is 1773. And then he was born to Louis Englite and Louis Marie. Then after, you give the place where he was born, that is at Paris. Okay, you give the background of Louis Philippe. Then you have to give the standpoint and then the opening statement. And please don't forget that you put there the conclusion on every point and the general conclusion after you have given the what? The points. So the points that led Louis Philippe to rule for 18 years, first of all, this is why his humble character. So we all know that Louis Philippe was humble and he would carry his own umbrella, go around shops, shaking hands with people, the minorities, yet he was from a noble family. Then you also that Louis Philippe had a peaceful foreign policy. So, you know, he would not accept war between France with other countries like Britain, for example, during when Louis Philippe was requested to give his son as the heir to, he refused and let the Britain be.
He was not a man of wars.
He was not a man of wars, so his humble character. And then he used a secret spy network against his opponents. So he would spy, though he had a very humble character. And then this enabled him to arrest whoever would. He would. Then
The reign of Terror.
we also have to write the reign of Terror. It's also attributed to the what it.
Please go on with the discussion. You let us know if you are done, then you can proceed.
Ma, yes, I really think so.
Okay, thank you so much. I think our discussions are still organizing, but we can proceed. So the question was, members, first let me first know, have you finished the discussion? If you have finished the discussion, you let us know. If you are still discussing, we can give you time. If you need some more time to prepare, it is fine. We can proceed with the discussion and then we move on to something else. Okay. I think we are going to ask the other group to be preparing. The people wanted to discuss about the Vienna settlement. Maybe just something to iron out here. Somebody, as in the course of your discussion, I think you mentioned the Reign of Terror, which is an event during the French. It is during the French Revolution. So the Reign of Terror is not very clear here when you bring it in Louis Philippe. So we need to be very, very clear when we talk about these issues. You can end up mixing them. Let us not mix the Reign of Terror and now the Louis Philippe. But we all know that for you to answer that question, you need to look at Louis Philippe's domestic policies, and actually some of his foreign policies. So it's the answers are found in Louis Philippe's policies. Right. Let us go to this other group that wanted to discuss. Somebody wanted to discuss the Vienna settlement. Who wanted to discuss the Vienna settlement? Please prepare and I will give you ground so that you can start. You let me know when you're ready. You click, put your hand up so that I can unmute you when time comes, when you're ready. Meanwhile, we are proceeding with other questions. The other group that wants to discuss the Vienna settlement, please show me that you're ready by lifting your hand up. So here I was on this question. Britain was primarily responsible for the collapse of the Congress system. Right. We all know that the Congress system was established, or it started working around 1818 with the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle. Then we had other congresses like the Congress of Laibach, the Congress of Verona, the Congress of St. Petersburg. That was actually the last one. All right. So the Congress system finally collapsed by 1830. But also know that the only successful Congress that ever happened was the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle. All the other Congresses that followed, some members did or some members did not attend. For example, Britain and France, Britain especially, kept on dodging many of the Congresses that happened after the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle. So that means that the Congress system started collapsing the moment it was formed in 1818. But Britain was at the center of this collapse. For example, Britain adopted the isolationist policy. Britain now recruited this man here who came. This man here who later said that things are going back to their wholesome state, and then God is for us all, everyone for himself. You see, that was George Canning. So George Canning was from Britain. He said that statement. He showed that Britain was not Britain was not prepared to continue being a member of the Congress system. So you first blame Britain in very many ways. Then on the other hand, you bring in other factors that led to the collapse of the what? Of the Congress system. So that question is two-sided. It requires a standpoint. You give your standpoint. Tell us whether, according to you, it was Britain that led to the collapse of the Congress system to a greater extent, or to a smaller extent, or to a bigger extent. So that is the approach of that question. Let me go back and see if my friends are ready now. I see. Let me ask these people to unmute. I think they are now set. Please unmute.
Okay.
Are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. You can go on, tell us, read for us the question, tell us the approach, then you give us the point. We are very happy to have you.
The question is that it is assess the impact of the Vienna settlement on Europe. Then this question is two-sided. We will have to explain the positive impacts of the Vienna settlement, then the negative impacts of the Vienna settlement, which means it needs a standpoint after the introduction. So the Vienna settlement, it was a treaty or an agreement of the Alliance of Great Britain, Austria, Russia, and Prussia. And the main aim or the main treaty all the changes that were brought about in Europe during the era. So, treaty, the was on June 9, 1789, under of Priest von Metternich. So this treaty, there we are going on the positive impacts of the Vienna settlement. The Vienna settlement led to the restoration of legitimate rulers. That was the first of the Vienna settlement. At the famous Battle of Waterloo on June 18th, 1815. 3. The French future aggression was checked through the creation of buffer zones, various states around the French frontiers. 4 is that the balance of power was in Europe. This was realized through the sharing of the so-called disputed territory in the powers. So for the
Okay, unfortunately, we have lost our discussant. I know he's preparing. I can see Kangol SS. Your blackboard is displayed. Are you preparing something for us?
The Vienna Congress, from its inception, was dominated by only the 4 big European states. The congressmen used unrealistic methods in order to prevent the future abolition. Among the great powers of Europe was also an element of weakness on the settlement. The settlement is a weapon for the Congress system. So with those, I can just say that that question and negative settlement. I remain Kule Collins from Kasese, Spark.
Thank you so much, Collins from Kasese. The last time I was in Kasese was many years ago. We shall come to Kasese very soon. Thank you so much, Collins. We are very happy you prepared on short notice, and all the points you gave us were correct. I know other members will add in some more points. I am seeing Kangole essays. Are you? Yes, Paidai says, please tell us what you want to share with us. We are listening.
Okay, we want to share question number 8, that is on the press mechanic.
Great.
Yes.
Are you ready now? We give you the ground.
Yeah, we are ready.
You can go on, go on. Thank you so much. We are.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity for us to discuss this question. We are discussing the question on Metternich, and the question says how Prince Metternich consolidated himself to power. So, my dear fellow students, this question, the following are some of the approaches that we need to follow as we answer this question. First of all, we have to introduce by giving an introduction to Prince Metternich. Yeah, I said the question is how did Prince Metternich consolidate his power in Europe between 1815 to 1848? Therefore, I said we shall have introduction to Prince Metternich. After the introduction, then we go to our main point and also we conclude. That's a very simple approach that we're going to use in order to have our discussion done. So without wasting time, I said in the introduction, we see that Prince Metternich was born on the 15th of May, 1773, in a place called Koblenz in the west of Rhineland, that is in the Prussian Empire. And of course, when you see like that, then his education was also carried out in the university that is known to us, the Strasbourg and Mainz. All those were in the Russian Empire. And of course, then after a very brief introduction, we go direct to to how he consolidated himself to power. And of course, one of which was he used diplomacy to consolidate himself to power. And of course, my fellow student may ask me how he consolidated himself. He did this by convincing the presidents and the owners of the states of different countries. You see, like Russia, Prussia, Austria. He convinced emperor like Francis I to come together so that they connect. And of course, their connection made him being the chairperson of the system. And of course, by that, he consolidated himself to power. And number two, he used a divide and rule policy to also consolidate himself to power. He divided the 39 German states in two, so that the first part was directly ruled from Vienna. And of course, my brothers, and if you are to see that breaking them made it very easy for his administration. And of course, administration which is divided by different people, you find that the administration becomes very, very easy. And of course, that's why he managed to consolidate him long to power in Europe. And then he used a strong spy system. That's why a woman in his empire quoted that my daughter cannot sneeze, and Metternich failed to hear. So that kind of a word strongly believes that his spies network was really strong. Of course, nothing can be done out of him knowing. So such kind of characteristic made Prince Metternich to consolidate himself to power for that period of time. Not only that, he also censored press. So there were no any other kind of, say, a newspaper, any other propaganda that passed in Austria without Prince Metternich knowing. To ban all the revolutionary propaganda that moved throughout his country. So by banning that, made it very easy for him to consolidate himself longer in power. And then also he had a strict education system whereby the revolutionary subjects like history, like literature, psychology were all banned. So the banning of those subjects made it easier for the students who were being taught to not know much about history of the country. Therefore, it becomes easy for him to consolidate himself also to power. He used also a liquidation policy whereby all the opponents who were revolutionary or revolutionarist, he imprisoned them, and of course others were also killed and also exiled. So that created fear amongst the what? Created fear amongst the other opponents that made him to consolidate himself long to power. And then we have religious intolerance. Yeah, Prince Metternich also consolidated himself to power by the use of Catholic Church as the only church in Prussia. Yeah, it made it as a state religion. So any other religion was what dissolved in the country. So this made it easier, and of course, all the Catholic states, he gained support from all the Catholic states, and this made him also to consolidate himself to power. Second last, he maintained the policy of what? Of heavy taxation policy. So by taxing his states like Germany, Italy, it made them to become weak, backward, and of course unstable to even stage military challenge against what? Against Austria. So by being weak, so you cannot raise any, military attempt to a stronger nation. So lastly, exploiting the Congress system. So Prince Metternich also consolidated himself by exploiting the Congress system in a way that he hosted the Vienna settlement and actively participated in the Congresses. And then this policy were to cause an impact on the leadership of Europe. And of course, by him actively participating in the Congress made him to consolidate himself to power, and also putting the Congress to be in his state, that is in the capital, Vienna, in his country, made him to consolidate himself much to power. And of course, finally, after this, after writing all these points, my dear brothers and sisters, you have to what? To have a standpoint to conclude the what? How he consolidated himself to power. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to discuss with my fellow students. Thank you very much. Allow me to stop here.
Thank you so much, Bakada SS. The discussant has exhaustively discussed the question. I am happy with the flow of your discussion. It shows how much you have mastered Metternich. And that gives us hope that where we are going, we are seeing. Thank you so much, Bakada SS. We are so proud of you. I think we can go to another school. There is a school who's saying, please unmute us. Kangole is ready. Yes, Kangole, please, can you just show me your hands? So I unmute you. You can show your readiness by showing your hands up. Then I'll give you the opportunity. Everybody who's ready is going to discuss. Don't worry. So Kangole, if you are ready, show your readiness by lifting up your. Otherwise, I have another group that is in the lineup. They are ready, and I can unmute them, and they can start. There's a group that says they want to discuss.
No time. This thing, if you are to miss now, it will be fake. Are they going to bring really?
Please, Pakada, you can now. Okay, Pakada, thank you so much. I think you had forgotten your mic on. All right, so let me first see which other group is ready. We had Kangole, they were saying we are ready, we are ready. So I want to see another group that is ready so that we see where we can go. Okay. There's a group Kangole says wants to discuss the League of Nations. Oh. So Kangole, are you ready? This is the second time I'm asking you, please show your readiness by lifting up your hands. Let me see the participants. I want to unmute Kangole so that they can do what? They can discuss. Kangole girls SS, where are you? Can I see your hand so that I can unmute you and you go on with the discussion? Meanwhile, we also have, okay, I am hoping this is Kangole. Let me unmute and we see. Please, you can see you safe. Okay. So please, you can go on. You're unmuted. We can't hear you. Okay, please go on. We want to see if we can hear you. I can't, I don't know which school is this, but this is UCUSFA. I don't know whether that's someone's name or it is the name of a school. You are on. Please speak to us. Okay, let's see if we have another school. We have Mehan Aspire SS. Mehan Aspire SS. If you're ready, please let us see your hands so we can unmute you and you go on with the discussion. Please, you're on. You can speak to us. Mehan Aspire says, where are you? I cannot see your hands, so I cannot know what to. Okay, this is. Please, when I unmute you, you speak immediately, all right? So I am unmuting for the second time. This, I don't know whether it's a school or someone's name. So you can speak. Somebody called UCU, that one. This is UCUSAF. I don't know whether that is a school or someone's name, but I have unmuted you. Your hand was up. Please speak to us.
One.
Yes, you are on. You can speak to us.
Okay. Our question was to account for the failure of the League of Nations to maintain world peace between 1920 to 1939.
Okay,
So
go on.
This question is one-sided, and then it requires you to give reasons why the League of Nations failed to maintain world peace. So, first of all, you're going to introduce the League of Nations. The League of Nations was an international peacekeeping body that was created with a purpose of preserving world peace and stability. But unfortunately, it did not work to its expectations because of the failures it faced, whereby the UNO was to replace it, and that's when it failed in 1945. So the following are the weaknesses of the League of Nations that led to its failures to preserve the world peace. One, the League of Nations failed to get USA on board as a member. USA, whose president was the brain behind the League of Nations, did not join the League. So this also shows how weak it was. It also fails to raise the military machinery, that is to say the army, to achieve its set objectives, such as stopping aggressions, disarmament of member states, protection of the minority, etc. The League also failed in disarmament policy whereby it failed to disarm its members, especially the victor powers, such as Britain, France, Russia. It failed to control the entry and exit of members. That is to say, it had no clear principles. It allowed members to join and leave at any time. Another one is it also failed to stop or to control the 1929 to 1935 economic depression. Remember, when the economic depression occurred, it affected most states in Europe. So, as a peacekeeping body, since it had the objectives to maintain the well-being of people, so it failed to control the economic depression, which was full of unemployment, inflation, closure of banking institutions, low productivity, and others. The League of Nations is also blamed for showing a failure in the Italo-Ethiopian crisis of 1935 to 1941, where Mussolini was encouraged by Britain and France to attack Ethiopia. Yet it was, as a peacekeeping body, it was to stop such happenings. Then it failed to prevent Germans' attack of Poland in 1939. The League of Nations failed to prevent the 1931 Manchuria crisis between Japan and China. Master, I think I'm done. This is Kangole Girls S.6.
Thank you so much, Kangole Girls. Where is Kangole Girls located?
Kangole Girls is located in Napak District, Karamoja region.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very soon we shall come to Kangole Girls.
You're welcome. We're expecting you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Maybe just to highlight a few things here as you discuss this question, account for the failure of the League of Nations to maintain world peace between 1920 to 1939. I observed that while you were discussing, you started very well. Towards the end, you started giving us the failures of the League of Nations. So you needed to keep it by giving us the points that led to the collapse, that made the league fail. So there's a word I was looking for and waiting for in your statement. So I wanted you to say that the league failed because so that now becomes the qualifier for you to keep on track with this question. Otherwise, it's very easy for you to digress and then you start giving us the failures of the league. So you needed to show us that the league failed because that now becomes the qualifier that keeps on guiding you as you answer the question. Otherwise, we are very happy to hear from Kangole Girls. I know you're still preparing. You're going to be discussing with us another question, hopefully, as we keep on moving. I saw there is another school that says, we want to discuss the unification of Italy. That is Casita Modern SS. Casita Modern SS, can I see your hands up if you're ready? So we give you the opportunity. I know there are other schools that have shown interest. Okay, I am hoping this is Casita. Let me just unmute you and we have you. Okay, you're on. Safina, are you from Casita or you want to share with us something else? Please go on. We are listening.
It's from Mehan.
From Mehan, it's good. Fine. Tell us your question. Read for us the question, and you proceed with the discussion.
To what extent was Napoleon Bonaparte responsible for his own downfall?
Okay, that is. Please go on with the discussion. We are listening.
Sorry, the question was, how was Napoleon Bonaparte able to dominate the continental Europe?
You can continue with the discussion. I'm going to project the work. I'm going to share the question. Just proceed.
Yes, the question is saying, how was Napoleon Bonaparte able to dominate the continental Europe in 1799 to 1814? First of all, we have to get to first put out the introduction about Napoleon's background and how was he, and in which year did Napoleon rise to power, and we give the first introduction of what how our essay going to be looking. And the first point is Napoleon used relatives or used nepotism to dominate Europe. For example, Napoleon Bonaparte made his brother Joram Bonaparte the king of Westphalia, and made Louis Bonaparte the king of Holland, and made Joseph Bonaparte the king of Naples, and later Spanish. And his sister Carolina Bonaparte was made the queen of Naples, and later Elisa. Through that system, Napoleon dominated Europe by use of nepotism and cross relatives. Another point is Napoleon used marriage alliances. With time, Napoleon divorced his wife Josephine Bonaparte and married an Austrian princess, Marie Louise, a daughter of an Austrian emperor Francis I. And this alliance, Napoleon made relationships with the Austrians and pleased France for quite some time, hence dominating his power up to 1814. Another point is Napoleon used the continental system. Napoleon used the continental system to dominate Europe. Since Napoleon had got to know that he cannot defeat Europe except through economic weakness, Napoleon decided to affect Europe by to affect Britain through the continental system. Through the continental system, Napoleon denied European countries to do what? To coordinate with with Britain economically. Through this, Napoleon dominated Europe by governing European countries through the continental system. Another point was Napoleon used the French army to dominate Europe. It's clear, and all of us, we know that Napoleon used the French army in the campaigns, in defeating the coalitions, in conquering states like Papal states, Italian states, and others. The point is, Napoleon used the French army, to dominate Europe up to 1814. During his regime, and we all know that during the Napoleon regime, France was ranked being with the best infantry army in Europe and in the world as well. Napoleon also used the Concordat to dominate Europe. Napoleon signed the treaty with the Pope This helped him to reconcile with the Pope and the apostates. This earned him popularity from the Catholics and the apostates, hence dominating Europe for quite some time up to 1814. Napoleon also used introduced social and economic reforms in the conquered states. In states where Napoleon conquered, like Papal states, Italian states, and others, Napoleon introduced economic reforms and social reforms, i.e. in the Papal states, in the Papal states, in the Italian states, Napoleon introduced social reforms such as the introduction of the French culture there, the rehabilitating the economy of those states that earned him popularity from the glory seekers of France, hence dominating Europe up to 1814 and 1815 respectively. Napoleon also used the alliance system and treaty signing to dominate Europe. For example, Napoleon signed a treaty with made an alliance with conquered states, signed a treaty with various states he conquered. For instance, in 1804, he forced Austria to sign the La Neville Treaty. Through this treaty, he allied with Austria and praised Austria for quite some time, hence dominating Europe up to 1814. Napoleon also used the revolutionary principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity to dominate Europe. Napoleon exported the revolutionary ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity and nationalism in the conquered states. This sensitized the masses in the conquered states, and hence resurrected the heart of nationalism and a view of equality and liberty and fraternity in the conquered states. Hence, Napoleon dominating Europe for quite some time up to 1814. Napoleon also established the strict control of education and of education and the printing media or the press in the conquered states and at home in France. Napoleon very much controlled the press and the printing media in France and outside. This at a certain time forced him to lament that 4 hostile newspapers against you are to be feared than 1,000 bayonets. By the time he rose to power in France, there were about 70 newspapers that printed that were in the press sector, but towards the end of his regime, he had reduced the printing papers to only 4 in France, and also the government strictly censored those 4. Hence consolidating his power up to 1815. Napoleon also used compulsory recruitment in the army. Since Napoleon had been affected by the Moscow campaign and other wars he has fought in dominating Europe, Napoleon, towards his end, decided to resort to compulsory recruitment in the army. With compulsory recruitment, Napoleon ordered the male youth aged of 16 and above to serve in the army for about compulsory 5 years. This also made him consolidate his power up to 1814. Napoleon also used overtaxation, controlling education, controlled media, heavy indemnity on the conquered states. Napoleon also used domestic achievements. Napoleon also used the dictatorship and others and diplomacy as well. In synopsis, Napoleon dominated Europe from 1799 to 1814 when he was overthrown by the members of the Fourth Coalition, namely Britain, Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Above are the factors through which Napoleon dominated the continental Europe up to 1814 and 1815. I may wish to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was on point. Everything was okay. I would like to add that maybe as you do your discussion, it's very important to explain. I'm not saying that the discussion didn't explain exhaustively. It was because he was discussing, but please, I emphasize, let us explain in detail. That question was very interesting. It can come in the mocks, you never know. So can we have which college? Are you ready? I see Faida is there. Are you there? Are you ready? Which college are you ready?
The first we started very well, but that last one we take up on
I am waiting for which college. Are you ready? Which college we are waiting for you? Which college in Amlanda are you ready? All right, I think which is still preparing. Let me hear what. Can we? But a lot of noise. Let me first see who is not muted here. These people are not muted here. Are making for us noise. Okay, let's have Paida. Your hand is up. Your hand is up. Please, you can go ahead with your comment. I've unmuted you. Paida SS, your hand was up. Do you have anything to say? Paida SS, are you there? Your hand was up. You're on. I think Paida SS has is also still preparing. Let me see my chats who was saying they're ready. There's a group that was saying they are ready, they are ready, they are ready. They're saying, please clarify us on challenges faced by the congressmen at Vienna. How can they be the aims? The question was, what were the challenges that the Vienna Congress, what took them to Vienna? That's why I'm saying the question refers to the aims. What took the major congressmen to Vienna? Those are the aims. Then I see here, help, there is Spark. Let me unmute. I hope this is Wits now. I'm just hoping. This is college now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go on, tell us which school and question or your comment.
The causes, I want to discuss the question of causes of the Crimean War.
Okay. If you're ready, you can start. I'm going to share the question on our screen. The Crimean War, let me see what was the question. You said it was number 12.
The question was examine the causes of the Crimean War of 1854 to 1856.
Okay, proceed.
I want to begin with the introduction of the Crimean War, which started in 1854 to 1856. The war was in between Russia on one side against Britain, France, Turkey on the other hand. The war started after the Russia's invasion of Moldavia and Wallachia in 1853. Why did Russia forcefully occupy Moldavia and Wallachia? Russia considered Turkey to be the sick man of Europe. Then Russia falsely accused Turkey to be militarily weak. In 1853, Russia decided to forcefully occupy Moldavia and Wallachia, which were the states of Turkey. Britain requested Russia to withdraw from Moldavia and Wallachia in the meantime. However, Russia did not accept. Then Britain, France, and Turkey joined together to fight against Russia in 1854. The immediate cause of this revolution was the sinking of the Turkish warship in 1853. Turkey had a warship that was supposed to be used, or that she intended to threaten Russia with. Then in 1853, Russia sank the Turkish warship at Sinope. So Turkey had nothing to use after the sinking of her warship. Then Britain first joined hands with Turkey and fought against Russia. That is the war that started in 1854 to 56. Then, when I highlight some of the causes of this Crimean War, then before I go to the causes, the war was shifted to Crimea. That's why it is called the Crimean War, and that Crimean island is found in the Black Sea. Then the causes of the war are ranging from long-term and immediate. When we look at some of the immediate causes, we see the sinking of the Turkish warship in 1853. We have to see the invasion of Moldavia and Wallachia by Russia. And we can see Russia's false confidence that Turkey was a sick man of Europe. Then we have to see the right to protect the holy places of Jerusalem and Bethlehem. Bethlehem and Jerusalem were states of Turkey. But because Turkey was a Muslim state, was not able to control these holy places for Christians. In the so doing, Turkey gave authority to France to control the holy places of Jerusalem and Bethlehem. However, due to Napoleonic Wars and the French Revolution,
Russia was not able to maintain these holy places of Bethlehem and Jerusalem. Then Russia, Turkey signed a symbol treaty with Russia to take control over the holy places of Bethlehem and Jerusalem. Then when Russia invaded Moldavia and Wallachia, France wanted to revenge against Russia over control of Moldavia and Wallachia. I mean to say, over the holy places of Bethlehem and Jerusalem, that they were once their colonies. Then France claimed that its support to Turkey was intended to punish Russia over the holy places of Bethlehem and Jerusalem. Then when we see another cause of France's intention to punish Russia over the 1812 Moscow campaign. In 1812, Napoleon I went in Russia in the so-called the Moscow campaign of 1812. Then Russia used the earth-scorched policy of fighting war by poisoning all water bodies. All plantations were destroyed, and when Napoleon reached Russia, he was not able to fight. In this Moscow campaign, France lost very many weapons, lost very many soldiers, which partly caused the downfall of Napoleon I in 1812. Then France claimed that her support to Turkey in the Crimean War of 1814-1856 was partly due to the need to punish Russia for the Moscow campaign of 1812. Then we see another cause of unfriendly acts, the unfriendly acts of Tsar Nicholas I of Russia. When we see the French leader, the European leaders, I mean to say, were calling each other brothers. But the Russian leader, Tsar Nicholas I, did not respect Napoleon III of France, claiming that the 1815 Vienna settlement restricted no one from Napoleon's family to rule France again. Then Tsar Nicholas I said, "Me, I cannot call you a brother. I would rather call you a friend." Then in 1854, Napoleon I wanted to teach Tsar Nicholas I of Russia a lesson that he is also supposed to be called a brother, not a friend. Next point you can see Russia's false confidence. Russia's false confidence. Russia falsely accused Turkey that Turkey is the sick man of Europe. Russia has consistently experienced very many wars and Russia, I mean to say, Turkey consistently experienced very many wars, including the Greek War of Independence, the Syrian question, which militarily we can have. Then Russia assumed that the conservative wars have weakened Turkey militarily. Then Russia decided to invade or to forcefully occupy Moldavia and
Yes, we're still listening. We're still listening to the discussant, and then abruptly he went silent. I am hoping he's going to come back. But he was discussing with us the causes of the Crimean War. As you can see, some of the causes were rotating around past events like the Moscow campaign. Some of the causes were rotating around the fact that some countries wanted to scheme for future support. For example, Italy was involved in the Crimean War because Keva was actually trying to scheme for future support that would aid them to complete the unification of Italy from particularly France and Britain, and which they secured later. So the causes of the Crimean War were some of the
Mwalimu
issues.
hatukulisaidia mpaka data
Okay, can we have the previous discussant just let us know if you have finished the discussion or you're still on, so we can move on with our discussion. Are you done?
No.
Right.
No.
If you're done,
No.
then we can move on.
I'm
Yes?
still continuing. The problem was network.
All right. So please
The problem was network.
Okay, finish. Finish. Your network is now okay.
Okay. I was on the point of Russia's false confidence. Russia had false confidence that because of the consecutive wars, including the Greek of Independence and the Syrian question and other wars, Turkey was not able to push her out of Moldavia and Wallachia in 1853. Then next we see the support of Britain and France that was given to Turkey. We believe that if Britain and France had not helped Turkey, the war would have remained a small thing, not disastrous as it was, because very many things were destroyed, very many people died in the war of only 2 years. When we see another cause, we can see the inherent weakness of Russia, of Turkey, I mean to say. Then we see Turkey's military strength were weak. We see Turkey's economy was also weak. That gave Russia false confidence that it will win, or Russia will win the war. Then we can see another cause as Russia's sinking of the Turkish warship at Sinope in 1853. Turkey staged a warship at Sinope, trying to threaten Russia such that it can withdraw from Moldavia in the meantime. However, Russia used an aggressive character, or used an aggressive method by destroying the warship, which left very many war hardware and soldiers in shambles. Then in this question, for the interest of time, I can conclude. This question requires a conclusion that can show that the causes of the war, that was the Crimean War of 1854, 1856, were both long-term and immediate, as given above. Thank you.
Much. I think you've discussed very well. You can clap for yourself. We are so proud of you. Thank you for exhaustively doing your research. The lineup.
It's
already a
In the lineup, we have Casita SS. I hope you're ready. Casita SS, we are waiting for you. I am hoping you're the one. Casita SS, are you the one calling yourself John Tumusine? Let me first see who is unmuted here so that we can. I'm looking for Casita SS. 2 hands are up. So let me first see. This is Mukura Memorial. You're still on. So Casita SS, where are you? I want to unmute you so that we can go on. Let me see. Is this John Tumusime? Are you the one? John Tumusime, are you the one who is Casita SS? So Casita SS, where are you? I want to see you so I can unmute you. You discuss your number and then we move on to other schools. So I am asking, I am just hoping this is okay. Casita, can I see your hand up? I'm not seeing Casita SS anymore. Okay. I see John Tumusime. That is the name I see on the screen. Can we know your comment and what you want to share with us? The screen is on. The person on is John Tumusime. I'm not sure which school, but that's the name that the gadget brings. Please, John Tumusime, say something. Otherwise, we are giving the chance to another school. Okay. Please go on. I think this is Casita SS. Please go on.
Yeah, we are grateful for the chance being granted to us to discuss. We are going to discuss number 12. The question goes, to what extent was the unification of Italy delayed by internal factors? First of all, this question is two-sided. We have to show the extent to which Italian unification was factors. The unification of Italy was delayed by both internal and external factors. But here we are going to we are giving the larger extent to the internal factors. The unification of Italy was the amalgamation of different Italian states to form one state. Politically, economically, there was no unity and there was no economic unity. Lesson that one had to pay customs duty to transport goods from one area to another. Especially the state was homogeneous. The people in the Italian state had a different historical and ethnic background, so they didn't spoke different languages. To a larger extent, the unification of Italy was delayed by internal factors. Firstly, there was a language barrier because people were of different origins and historical backgrounds. People spoke different languages, so they could not communicate together and come up with a solution to the problems of the country. So another point, the role of the religion. The Italians were Catholics, and the state which had colonized Italy was Austria, which was also a Catholic state. So most of the Italians rebelling against their colonial masters was like a form of fighting against their brothers. So that one also delayed the unification of Italy. The strength of Austrian Empire, which had colonized Italy. First of all, Austria was militarily stronger, economically stronger than Italy. So it was very hard for Italy to defeat Austria. Another point is economic backwardness. So these Italian states were economically backward compared to Austrian. One of the reasons is that why Italian states were economically backward is that Austria used to exploit the Italians through overtaxation. So these people were left economically very weak. So another point is military poor mobilization and the people in the villages were not sensitized. They didn't know the importance of a united Italy over a disunited Italy. So these people were left behind in the process of the unification. Then illiteracy of the Italians, most of them, actually like about 60% of Italians could not read and write. So these people were very hard to mobilize and sensitize about the importance of the Italian unification. So that one also contributed to the delay of the Italian unification. Another point is there was a problem of non-revolutionary middle class. They were conservative. They thought that perhaps in the unification of Italy or after the unification of the Italian states, they would lose their property. So they ended up holding back from supporting the unification of Italy. There was no, another point, there was no model state, to be like to end it. There was no state which was economically and politically strong, which had to serve as an example to these other states. And worst of all, there was no reliable leader, and the state which could be approached at any time and inquired. Yeah. To a smaller extent, external factors contributed to the delay of Italian unification. We have the Congress, the Vienna Congress, which subjected Italy under Austrian control. So this it meant that Italy was now under the control of Metternich. So yet Metternich wanted to keep Italy under his control. He could effectively do that, or he could only achieve that if these Italian states were disunited. So it means that these United States could not wage a war against Austria and drive her out. So
So another point is the lack of foreign support. When you look at the main one of the main reasons for the formation of the Vienna settlement was to suppress revolutions and to suppress revolutionaries and avoid the outbreak of the revolutions in Europe. So the countries in the Vienna settlement and Congress, those member states could not support any revolution in Europe to support the Italian unification. We then have the role of the Vienna settlement. Under Vienna settlement, we look at the Tr.Okello Protocol, which was signed by Russia, Austria, and Russia, Austria, Russia, and so these countries were committed to suppress any revolution that broke up in Europe. So
Now they are seeing me.
So that is it. Yeah. Until you finish up. So you speak here. So we are done.
Right, thank you so much for the good discussion. By the way, if there are any comments, if there are any additions, if someone has, you have something to add, we can always add here in the comment section. If there's some point you feel is not clear, you can also put your comment here in the comment section. Otherwise, thank you so much for the discussion. It was well handled. So next, I think we have Kagulwe. There is a school here. They had told me they have already long time ago. Mukura SS, we shall come to you. Let us first go to Kagulwe SS. Yes, Kagulwe SS. Kagulwe SS, are you ready? Let us know if you're ready so we can unmute you and you go on. Yes, thank you so much. So let's see, Kagure says, where are you? We want you to come on board so that you present and then we move on. Kagure says, where are you? I am looking for you here among the participants. See, I am hoping you're on. So there's Kagolel says that I'm looking for, and then which said that they didn't discuss, now they are ready. So let me first look for Kagolel says, where are you? I can't see you. Honestly, I cannot see. I don't know how you call yourself among the attendants, but now I cannot see you. Right. So maybe Kagolel says will come in later because yes, we shall allow you to discuss another question, but let us first give a chance to another group first. All right, let me see. Paida, it says your hand has been on for a long time. I think your issue is burning. Let me first unmute you, then we move on. Kagule says, I cannot find you. Okay, Paida says, please give us your comment. What are you telling us?
Yes, we are ready.
Tell us the question so I can share it on the screen, and you read the question, tell us the approach, then you give us the points.
Yeah, this is by the SS. We are going to discuss on question 19, which says account for the collapse of Saddam in Russia by 1917. account for the collapse of Saddam in Russia by 1917. Yeah. This question, I would like to start by giving the approach. Which my approach number one is, this question should not take you somewhere else. This question is indirectly asking for the Russian Revolution of 1917 or the Bolshevik Revolution, whereby my first approach is I'm going to introduce Russian Revolution or the Bolshevik, which is the first successful socialist revolution in the history of mankind. And the revolution, the causes of the revolution were similar in many aspects that occurred twice in the same year, 1917. The first revolution was on March 1917, which was against the Tsarist regime in Russia. And the second one was in October 1917, which was against the provisional government of Prince Vov. So the first one of March there in 1917 was to also led to the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II, which was the leader of the Tsarist regime in Russia. So after finishing the introduction, I will go to the standpoint, which I will say the collapse of Saddam in Russia by 1917 was due to the internal and external factors as explained below, whereby I will come to the points that I shall consider, which is the causes of the Russian Revolution of 1917. The first one is the nature of the Tsarist regime. Here it should be noted that the Tsarist regime was characterized by dictatorship, oppression, repression, conservatism, and religious intolerance, whereby the Tsars were insensitive to liberal demands for constitutional and parliamentary reforms and freedom, equality of opportunities, and before the law. And Tsar Nicholas II himself was the law, and no law could come into existence without his approval. So he was also determined to maintain conservatism, that he openly declared on his coronation ceremony that I will preserve the principle of autocracy as firmly and unswervingly as my late father. This made liberals under the leadership of Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky to mobilize the Russians against the government through political parties, strikes, demonstrations, and the Bolshevik revolutions of 1917 that led to the collapse of the Saddam in Russia. Yeah, the second point under the reasons for the collapse of Saddam is the character and weakness of Tsar Nicholas II. Yeah, Tsar Nicholas II was physically weak and not strong like his late father, who was Tsar Nicholas I. He was a rigid, inflexible, and conservative king who was obsessed with divine rights rather than people's rights. Tsar Nicholas II failed to settle the social, political, and economic problems faced by the Russians prior to 1917. He could not be firm in his decisions since he was too fearful for his life after the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. Yeah, and this also contributed to the collapse of Saddam, whereby the liberals rose up against the regime of Saddam in Russia, and leading to the 1917 revolution in Russia, which led to the collapse of Saddam. And my third point is the negative influence of Tsarina, who was the queen. Tsarina Nicholas, let me say, was the queen of Russia. Also made the outbreak of the revolutions inevitable. Tsarina was the Russian queen of German origin, and she was prominent in the royal family after healing. Zarina. She was let me say she was responsible for the king's weakness. She gave poor and fatal advice to Tsar Nicholas II and influenced him not to enforce reforms. It should be noted that Zarina became the uncrowned empress and the king of Russia, uncrowned empress of Russia from 1916 when Tsar Nicholas II went to command Russian soldiers in World War I. She caused unnecessary cabinet reshufflements and disorganized the Russian economy more than ever. This became a serious mess in state affairs that called for mass action, hence the revolution of 1917 that led to the collapse of the Tsardom in Russia by 1917. And my fourth point is the effects of industrial revolution also account for the outbreak of the Russian revolutions. By 1917, industrialization had created socio-economic discontents that climaxed into the revolutions. It rendered many people jobless and caused migration. This led to urban congestion, mobs, and that made the situation in Russia to be very revolutionary. The government provided therefore the government provided no practical solution to this situation. These grievances were expressed through strikes, demonstration, and protests on several occasions. And this led to the collapse of Tsardom in Russia. This makes Tsardom, let me say, unpopular. The fifth point I could give is the weakness of the Duma left the Russians with no options other than the dual revolutions of 1917, which is the Menshevik and the Bolshevik. In general, is the Bolshevik revolution. When you are talking of the Duma here, we are referring to the Russian parliament, which had limited powers and became a rubber stamp of Tsar Nicholas II and his cabinet. The Duma was over-influenced by the Tsarist government and could not pass any law without government's approval. It was also denied powers to approve and vet ministers. Above all, the Tsar had powers to dissolve the Duma anytime at his will. Consequently, in 1917, Tsar Nicholas II and his Prime Minister, P.S. Stolypin, used this power to disband the Second Duma simply because annoyed the liberals, which led to the outbreak of the 1917 revolutions in Russia. That is the collapse of the Tsardom in Russia. Continue with the second point, which is the unfair land policy, which was also responsible for the outbreak of the Bolshevik Revolution. Here, by 1917, feudalism was still practiced in Russia, yet it had been discarded in other parts of Europe. Land was a monopoly of a few landlords, while the majority of the Russians were either squatters or serfs. Although the 1861 Emancipation Act freed the peasants from serfdom, nevertheless, it imposed the heavy emancipation fee to the freed serfs. This was paid to the ex-landlords to compensate them for their emancipation fee to the freed serfs. The revolution was therefore provoked by the need to abolish the capitalistic feudal system of landlordism in Russia. The second point is the rise and influence of socialism in Russia by 1917 greatly contributed to the outbreak of the Bolshevik revolutions. Socialist ideology was adopted from the teachings of Karl Marx and Engels, who taught against capitalism, private ownership of property, social class inequality, and advocated for the rights of workers, fair conditions of work, state ownership of property. Yeah, the socialists were influenced by these teachings to form the Social Democratic Party in 1898 and Social Revolutionary Party in 1900 or 1900 as a vehicle to advance socialists. Yeah, they condemned the Tsarist regime for its failure to address the problems created by Industrial Revolution, such as employment, poor condition of work, exploitation, and inequality. This created a revolutionary mood in the Russians and made it easy to mobilize the masses through strikes, demonstrations, and this created discontent among the socialists, hence leading to the outbreak of the 1917 Russian Revolution in Russia, which led to the collapse of the Tsardom in Russia by 1917. And I would like to highlight the last point here, which is the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905 was also responsible for the outbreak of the revolutions. Here, Russia's advancement in Asia made her to clash with Japan in the famous Russo-Japanese War. In the war, Japan thoroughly defeated Russia, leaving her with 90,000 casualties and taking about 40,000 soldiers as prisoners of war. This crowned by the humiliating Portsmouth Treaty, through which Russia surrendered Korea, Manchuria, Port Arthur, and surrounding peninsula to Japan. Due to the humiliating defeats of Russians by Japan, this made Tsarist regime unpopular in Russia, hence leading to the outbreak of the 1917 Russian Revolution in Russia. I would like to go on but for the interest of time, I would like to conclude here with the last approach, which is the conclusion. I will conclude in conclusion, the collapse of Tsardom in Russia by 1917 were political, social, economic in nature, as explained above. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. Bye.
Thank you so much, Paideses. You gave us a good dose of the causes of the Russian Revolution. I see in the comment people saying they are tired, others are saying what. Right. Thank you so much, Paideses. We are so proud of you. I know you would have given us more points. The questions are many. Yes. Keep on reading, keep on doing research. The Russian Revolution is a common topic. It could come in one of the mocks. It could come even in the finals.
Yeah.
So I want to give chance to Mukura SS, Economic Depression. If you're ready, please go on. Your hand has been on for a long time. If you're ready, you could start. Let me unmute you.
They are unmuting.
Mukura says you're on.
We are tackling the question, account for the question is, how did the 1929 to 1935 economic depression affected Europe? This question is asking for the effects or the ways how it affected the what in Europe. Concerning economic depression that occurred in the year 1929 up to 1939, economic depression was a state of economic standstill, which was globally experienced in Europe in the year 1929 to 1835. Started from sector, then it came to USA in the world's big market of exchange. We are going direct to tackle the effects of the of the economic depression or the ways it affected the Europe. We can take a dimension that these effects were politically, socially, economically in nature, which of course they can be short or longer term effects. One of the effects is it led to the closure of banks. Around 500 banks were closed because the fact was that most people did not deposit their money in the bank. Therefore, it caused the closure of these banks because liquid cash was not received by that time. This was an effect of economic depression. Then another thing is the depression led to the rise of Adolf Hitler to power in Germany. Now, Adolf Hitler decided to capitalize on the depression as a way of campaign. Like I can take, for example, here in Uganda, art teachers were striking. Now, imagine that Adolf Hitler has rose here in Uganda. He will come and talk about, or if you put me into power, if you elect me, I will handle the issue of what? Art. Maybe he can say, I can promise to pay art teachers 6 million at the expense of science teachers. Only that won him a support and he rose to power because he assured the people that the problem of economic depression, I will solve it. Therefore, leading to the rise of power, this man in the name of Adolf Hitler. All this was as a result of economic depression. Then, the Great Economic Depression weakened the League of Nations. Yes? How? Because at that time, many countries which subscribed to the League of Nations, I was saying, many nations that got subscribed in the League of Nations were affected during the economic depression. Therefore, they started quitting one by one, and they could not no longer stay under the League of Nations. Therefore, the League of Nations weakness was proved by economic depression. Another thing is it led to the widespread of unemployment in different parts of the of Europe or the world, since most of the industries, most of the factories were closed. Therefore, I think now there was a lot of there was a lot of unemployment because people suffered, and sometimes you cannot be able to pay rent because you don't have money to pay rent, to pay a bill. Therefore, economic depression came with a lot of effects that affected Europe. And another point is economic depression led to the collapse of investment, since investors withdrew their resources from their investors to avoid making losses. Like for example, American investors in German industries withdrew their resources because withdrew their resources. Therefore, they were seeing now they were making losses. Therefore, in attempt to curb the problem, they had to withdraw their investment so that they secure their position side. Then another thing is economic depression also led to the outbreak of World War I. This as a result due to the rise of Adolf Hitler. These people were too dictatorial to the state that by the time they came in their campaign that they were coming to solve to settle the problem of economic depression, these people were too dictatorial that they did not solve the problem as they did or as he did, as he was campaigning by that time. Therefore, leading to the outbreak of the outbreak of World War I, because people did not see all the promises he made during the campaign. Then another thing is, it led to the international, beg your pardon, international trade or international trade was brought to standstill because by that time people had huge surpluses, but with low demand. You have something to sell, but there is no demand for it. There is no one who wants to buy whatever you are what you have produced. Therefore, international trade just remained hanging because people were not subscribing, people were not willing to buy the idea, people were depending on their own countries. The economic depression also enabled Germany to recover militarily because Adolf Hitler, in a period of economic depression, organized the country. What they did, most of them were doing what we call struggling to see that they overcome the economic depression. Therefore, they built what we call military strength to overcome the economic depression that was faced all over the world by that time. Then the depression forced the countries to abandon the gold standard system. Therefore, we can say for you to, let me say, the gold system by that time was also one of the causes of the economic depression. Now, a few countries started minting or printing their own coins. So I think in a certain extent, some countries started printing notes or money which were not accepted in the world market. Now, for you to print a note or coin, a gold was recommended. Now, since the disappearance of the gold, I think people started printing fake notes or fake coins. This was also as a result of economic depression. Then it also led to the outbreak of the Second World War as time went, because the League of Nations, which could have preserved peace in Europe was no more, therefore laying a foundation for for the spread or the outbreak of the Second World War. Then the Great Economic Depression enabled Germany to pay the repatriation or the war indemnity because USA was the indemnity to Germany because they were ranked to be the causes of the economic depression. Then another thing is we can say economic depression also led to the hatred or the hatred between the countries, because we see here USA was one of the most hated countries during the time of economic depression because of imposing the war indemnity to Germany. Germany was tasked to pay a lot of money as the causes of as the causes. Therefore, leading to the hatred between USA and and Germany. And then another thing is the Great Economic Depression led to the revival of imperialism in the interwar period, because most of the countries were now looking for market for their products, were now looking for market for their goods, were now seeking for peace. This was also as a result of economic depression. And I can lastly summarize, because I know there are some of all my brothers and sisters who wants to share with us. So I may only summarize in the one point, and we allow others to also have access to participate. Then lastly, as I summarize, the Great Economic Depression led to the rise of Keynesian economy, which attributed or occurred in the Great Economic Depression to the aggregate demand of existing surplus in production. I think due to the interest of time and people are yearning for lunch, people are hungry, I remain as Opio Ben, Mukura Memorial, Mukura District.
Thank you so much, Opio Ben, for representing Mukura SS very well. Hello at Mukura Wave. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Opio, thank you so much. See, we are about to end. Seriously, we are about to end. We have so many questions. One thing I can promise you people is that I'm going to share with you this handout. I don't know if I will be able to locate each and every one of you. I have a lot of other material that I want to share. I want it to reach every part of this country. We have representatives from Karamoja. You've heard them discuss. We have had discussants from Kampala here. We have had discussants from Paida. That means that what we are doing is spread across the country. But our target is to make sure that we make passing easy for everyone. We just want to make it very, very easy for everybody to pass. So if I can just get one WhatsApp number of maybe someone from Mukura, then I share the materials that I have so that you people can also share with your friends there. So for now, let me first give people my WhatsApp number so that people can reach me in case there's any query. So my WhatsApp number is 0772 199377. That's one of them. You can also reach me on 0704 1763. All those numbers are on. You can call, you can WhatsApp me, you can reach me anytime. If you also want to reach me on email, you can find me on this email, Denis.Okello 1978 at gmail.com. You can also find me there. So I am available anytime. Anytime you can reach me out. I had thought we were going to have this session was going to be shorter, but it is becoming longer and longer. It's getting longer and longer. We needed one more school to discuss so that we can see if we should continue or we should not continue. Why don't you have a working lunch? Do you really need a break? Anyway, think about it. So let us see, which school did I say was coming next? I think it was Kangole Girls again. Kangole Girls, are you ready? If you're ready, we give you the opportunity. If you're not ready, there is a school waiting. There's a school that wanted to discuss the unification of Italy. Unification of Italy. Unification of Italy. There's a school that wanted to discuss unification of Italy. Let me first unmute this person here and we see. Okay. USFA. That's this. I don't know the name of this school. But anyway, you're on. USAF. Please go on.
Hello.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
This is Kangole, and we are representing number 15, which is assess the strength and the weaknesses of the 1919 Versailles Peace Treaty. And the approach for this question is, it's a two-sided question in a way that you have to give the positive and the negative side, and you don't have to give the extent. So here we first begin with the introduction of the Versailles Peace Treaty, and it is a treaty that was signed between the victor powers and the defeated powers of the World War I in the Hall of the Mirrors. That is the place where the Versailles Peace Treaty was signed from. And the powers included the USA, France, and Britain. And of course, when you're giving the countries, you have to give the personalities that represented them in each of the countries. And you give the aims and objectives of the peace, the Versailles Peace Settlement, before giving the positive and the negative, the strengths and the weaknesses. And one of the aims and objectives of the Versailles Peace Treaty was to maintain world peace, security, stability before the years of the international conflicts. Another one was to liberate those nations dominated by the aggressive powers of the Triple Alliance. So you have to make sure that you put the aims and the objectives so that you direct the examiners. So the achievements are as the following. It restored peace in Europe for 20 years, where World War I occurred. This was through forcing Germany and the Allied powers to accept defeat and the disarmament payment of the war indemnity. Then France regained her lost mesmerized province of Alsace and Lorraine from Germany, which she lost after her defeat of during the Franco-Prussian War. So this weakened Germany, and she could not wage anymore. Then the other is, it led to the restoration of balance of power in Europe. This is because Germany and Turkey, which were at first the big and the superior powers, the war were reduced by giving independence to some states under their control, whereby other states were also involved outside Europe, for example, Japan and China. The other is it resulted to diplomatic understandings which did not exist before the European powers had developed a policy of every nation for itself and God for us all. So since the Versailles settlement encouraged cooperation, it was able to promote diplomacy as the League of the Nations. Then it resulted to the neutralization of some international waters, for example, Denis at the mouth of the Baltic Sea. This helped to promote trade. We see that the landlocked countries were also given access to the sea. For example, Serbia and Poland. They were given a corridor of land through Germany up to part dancing, which enabled her to participate in trade. So after giving the achievements or the strengths, you give the other side of the weaknesses, which is the failures still. So we say, despite the achievements of the Versailles peace settlement, which critically analyzed, it had greater weakness, basing on the fact that in a period of 20 years, the World War I against experienced another disastrous war in 1939, that is the Second World War. So the Allies failed to disarm nations, as suggested by the Wilson, who was the president of USA. And the president had suggested that all the nations that were involved in the First World War were supposed to be disarmed. But to some extent, these powers wanted Germany to be disarmed. And while Germany was disarming itself, the rest of the nations were still rearming themselves, which wasn't fair. And of course, it created misunderstanding and made people, for example, like Hitler, to embark on full-scale rearmament policy. Thus, the Second World War broke out. And the nations, the negotiations at Versailles were not open, and the terms were simply imposed on the defeated nations. For example, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and even Russia was not represented in that Versailles peace settlement. Russia wasn't represented, and the settlement was dominated by the victor powers, which is the Britain, France, and the rest of the countries. So it wasn't fair for them to disarm, to exclude Russia, though it had fought on the side of the victor powers during First World War. Then it was also unrealistic on its war guilt clause, which blamed Germany entirely for the outbreak of the First World War and was forced to pay our heavy war indemnity of around 6.6 billion pounds. This was unfair because even other powers had participated in the war. So meaning all the rest of the countries were also supposed to pay the amount of money, or they were supposed to divide their money in the middle so that it equalizes. Then the other is the chairperson of the settlement was the wrong choice. That was George Clement. This made the treaty unfair from the beginning because he was interested in satisfying his selfish interests and revenge against Germany. He even objected Wilson's ideas in the Versailles Settlement. And because George Clement wanted to take revenge against Germany, so it happened that all the points or all the ideas that were generated by Wilson, he had to denounce them, which was still unfair to Germany. The next point was the treaty was unfair to Italy and Germany through they had fought on the side of the victor powers. For example, Italy was only given Triland, Trieste, and was not given any single mandate state. Yet the Italians had a big expectations of gain as they had lost a lot in the World War. This explains why Vittorio Orlando of Italy pointed out or adopted an aggressive policy, which resulted to World War II. It also created many weak states in Europe, such as Poland and the rest. These were countries that were militarily weak, and this gave Hitler an opportunity to exploit such weaknesses to attack them and defeat, hence creating tension and panic that resulted to the Second World War. Then the treaty failed to satisfy the interests of all nations, which resulted to the rise of dictators, for example, Adolf Hitler, Mussolini, Hirohito. These blamed the governments for accepting unrealistic terms of the Versailles peace settlement and proposed to use a militaristic approach so as to gain. I think I have exhausted. Anyone, you can add on that. Then, of course, you have to give the conclusion. Don't forget that. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much, Kangole girls. You have represented your school very well. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make one simple comment here. When the question asks for strengths and weaknesses, and then another question asks you for achievement and failures, I have noted over time that writers confuse these two in books they write. Sometimes they say weaknesses, achievements and failures, stroke weaknesses. And yet we all know that weaknesses lead to failure, and a weakness may not necessarily be a failure. So as you write your essay, it's very important that you use the proper language. When they have asked you for weaknesses and in your essay or in your submission, you keep on saying failures, failures, failures. you'll be answering another question. However, it's important for you to qualify these weaknesses by mentioning what like this led to ETZ failure, or this was the weakness that eventually led to this failure. So sometimes we rush without actually digesting the question very well, but the language sometimes can change, and then you may find yourself answering the wrong question. If we had more time, we would have discussed these questions, as many as we can. And right now we have only, I think, 9 minutes for us to close. And we really wish that we continue with the discussion. But as you can see, time is so much against us. Some people who are attending, the line is now growing for lunch. Somewhere the line, if you're in boarding school. And then some people may be having another program in the afternoon. But I promise you that we are still going to have more engagements like this. We have not exhausted everything we want to discuss. I have shared with you my numbers. You can take my number, get to my inbox, and ask me any query. I'm sure we still have a lot to share. Teachers who are online, please get my number. I want to hear from you. Maybe there is something we could talk about. Get my number, and then we can be interacting so that we see how to help the students. So I want to give the next few minutes, the next remaining minutes, questions. Please ask. If there's anything you want us to talk about, you can type your question here in the comment section. In the comment section, yes. Can we keep our comments to the discussion? I am seeing some people who are typing funny comments in our comment section here. Please, can we ask questions if we have any question? If you have any question, you can ask now. We want to give opportunity to people who have some queries. If you fail to ask now, you still can ask. You can share with me in my inbox, and then I can find time to respond. Someone is asking, at what time are we going to resume? Then you're asking which subject is there tomorrow. The program is there. I think the program is there. We shall share with you the program. At what time are we going to resume? The question should be, are we resuming? We are not resuming. We are stopping at 1. I would really love to continue, but we are stopping in the next few minutes. So I want us to ask questions if you have any. Any question, please ask now. Any questions so far? All right. If there is no question, maybe I will just okay, someone said, talk Adolf Hitler's attack on Poland, responsible for the outbreak of World War I. Adolf Hitler's engagement with Holland caused the Second World War, not the First World War. Yes. Okay, if there is no question for now, I would like to thank everybody for taking off your weekend, for sacrificing everything else that is better for you to come and attend our session. We are really very grateful that you take off time to engage with us. Please keep on getting interest into our programs. As you can see, we are trying to really prepare in all subjects. Yesterday we had, I think, geography for A-level. Today we have had history. I'm sure tomorrow there will be another subject. And on Monday there will be another subject. So that by the time you go for your mocks, for sure, we have put something that we feel is going to help you pass your exams. In case you need anything from us, get the numbers of any of our facilitators ask them questions, and they are going to give you the support you surely need. Even if it is not in that subject, even if you ask me a question right now in economics, I may not be in position to give you the response now, but I'll connect you to a teacher of economics who can give you the solution that you want. Thank you so much. Go and enjoy your weekend. We can now go and enjoy our weekend. Bye-bye, everyone. We shall be meeting soon. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much for attending.